Can you hear me now? Hello? Am I here now? What the heck? That's so weird. I was... Why did that happen, I wonder? That's interesting. Hello? Take two. Happy Thursday. Timer since last scuff, 0. Anyways, happy Thursday. Amber, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back. Hope you enjoy getting to rotate with us more. 11 more on CFE. Yeah, we did start with some scuff. I have to say, I have been relatively scuff-free recently, I feel like, right? I feel like this is an unusual Squiiji scuff today, right? Maybe? Question mark, potentially? Unusual. But, hey, I see you guys are noticing my little cowlick, my little hair curl. Fellas, it's a reference. It's a reference to this game. Do you recognize it? Is it familiar? Does it seem recognizable, maybe? I saw it last week, and sometimes when I do these crits, I'm like, oh, I should do something that in some way, some manner, some shape or form relates to the characters that are in it. When we did Splatoon, I co-opted Pearl's Crown for our second crit. I haven't done that in a while because there hasn't been a character that can be a Squiiji. Pearl is a Squiiji, hands down. Pearl's a Squiiji, hands down. Or maybe Squiiji's a Pearl. I don't know which way it goes. But, you know, I also share in the messy white hair. So, you know, maybe I can also be a Kaslana. Maybe I can also be a tuna. But, hello. Hi there. Yeah, Squiiji Hoge. But yeah, so what did I have? What was I thinking? There were like things I was gonna say, and I've lost them because I was muted and I forgot. I like started to launch into a tangent before I noticed all of you going, Squiiji, Squiiji, we can't hear you. What were those things maybe? I can't recall now. What the heck? Maybe I'll just start introducing us and they'll come back to me here. I had thoughts, I had feelings, I had opinions that were related to something that I was gonna share, but now I don't know what they are. I have very many holes in my head, like those, and all of my thoughts do just kind of leak out of them. Kiana's dad's name is Siegfried Kaslana? Siegfried. Why does he break the K-name thing that kept happening? There's Kevin. There's a couple. There's other ones, aren't there? The other ones that start with a K. Kallen? Something like that. Squiiji hidden Kaslana child. I don't think I have the right eye color to be them. Right? Question mark? Unclear. Kevin. Kevin's on my thumbnail, I think. Kallen, yeah. Siegfried, we like to call him Ziggy. Interesting. Intriguing. Noted. Let me open my notes here, but today, so don't worry, we are not today just focusing on the girlies. I have a miscellaneous assortment of fellows who I've decided that we're going to look at today. Miscellaneous, because... Beep. Thanks, Gary, for beep. I don't know why you didn't like that. I'm gonna take an educated guess and say that he didn't like the word holes. Let's try this memo again, and let's see if Gary will take the word void instead. Let's see. Let's try void. Beep. No, it's not holes. In your head. I'm gonna play this game every time. Parent, concrete is tasty. What? Gary? Beep. Gary? I didn't ban concrete. No, concrete's not banned. Concrete should not be banned. Let's see, if I split it in half, maybe we can try the first part and see if... Oh. Beep. No, okay, it's in the first part. Let's see.
I found one of the thoughts that escaped.
Okay, alright. Good try.
Out of the void.
Just manually feeding my...
In your head.
It has escaped out? Why is it escaped out? Why is it escaped out? Is that really what it is? Oh my god, it is. You're right. Oh my god, that's so... There needs to be a better algorithm for this to find things. I bet you're right. I bet anything that you're right. Escaped. Let's try escaped from. I like how we spend time trying to defeat censor.
I found one
Yep,
of the
that was
thoughts
it.
that escaped from the holes in your head. Parent, concrete is tasty.
That thought was never in my head in the first place. Ay, ay, ay. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. Oh, Gary. That thought was never in my head. I think it was in yours. It probably escaped out of your head. You have similar little holes in there. It escaped from you, not me. I promise. Very clown-like moment here indeed, though. Hey, guess what? Guess what? While I open my document that has my notes for today, I'm gonna take early roll. Early roll, are you ready? Did you guys arrive to class on time? Are you here? Did it work out properly? Also, Servitor Plumpus, thank you for, or Pumpulus, thank you for following. Sure, did you make it to class on time? Let's see. Gasps, yeah. Me actually taking roll on time? Crazy, unheard of, like gasp. Let's see, who's here? Mythic, Rex, Gabby. Also, in my thank yous for today, I have thank you as per usual to Lance. I say per usual, per anything we're talking about with Honkai Impact. Thank you again, Lance. The document is so good. There's so much info. I went through it as best as I could. Thank you, Lance. Shermate, say thank you to Lance while you're redeeming that you're here. Also, secondarily, we are listening to music that is a playlist that was put together by Gabby, which also, thank you. Thank you for putting together a playlist that is safe for me to listen to on stream. It doesn't have the vocals in it, and then also isn't 15 minutes of one song. It's very nice. I am very thankful. So say double thank you, pretty please. Yeah, rotation for Lance. We can rotate for Lance and Gabby. Gabby also helped with some stuff in the dock. Hell yeah! Rotate for Gabby and Lance, pretty please, roommates. They were very helpful for this one today. It was nice having some assistance in the information gathering, because I fear that I often get things wrong when I'm doing it myself, because I'll see it somewhere and be like, yep, that has to be true, and then it's not. Yeah, no 15 minutes of dorm theme brain rot. I think I actually had to switch off of dorm because it was too much for me when we did it last time. Oh, Edward, thank you for gifting us something, Gabby. That's very kind of you. That's a very kind way of saying thank you also. Can we rotate for Edward a little bit too? Thank you. That fellow Lance White, he's all right. Lance is quite all right. Very kind. Oh, there we go. Gabby can now join us on rotation too. Yippee! Kidnapped in rotation zone. Who else is here? KH and Rad, Marston MP3, Dirt Stomp, we want Lance, of course. Ooh, Bugs is here, Amber's here. Life to Thrive, Carmian Floros, El Angel, Ultra Squid, YouTube Shroommates, I see also Ked, Eve, Bright Light, Moss Cake, Game Loser, hi. Lurkers, don't worry, I've marked you down, I see you, you're here for attendance, gotcha. VOD Watchers, don't worry, I see you also, you guys are here on time also. Whatever time it is that you're watching right now, you're on time. Don't worry. Servitor, hi. Oh, I see you on both ends. Hello. Is like Conrad, by the way? Oh, pronounced. I see. Conrad, okay. My brain was thinking you were like a Kingdom Hearts reference or something in some way, somehow. Peak background music. I will say it is good. I remember people saying that mihoyo is a music company that sometimes makes games. And the music is usually pretty good, so I can see why that was said. The music is just maybe a little loud for me. I gotta turn it down just a tad. There we go. Oh, Edward, thank you for gifting us up to Bugs, too. What the heck? Thank you. Very kind. Get spored. You have been sniped in the spore sense. Thank you, Edward. Rescuing Bugs, allowing Bugs to rotate and not just count the rotation. PJ, can I get a hall pass for today? Gotta go do work away from the computer? Yeah, no, sure. Here. I'll pass, just for you. You're good. Thank you for stopping in for class. Check in for attendance at least, though. Plays is a mix of in-game tracks and trailer tracks and vocal track instrumentals. Nice. We love to see it. Sarah Live, Spidey, I see y'all. Hello. You've checked in. I see. Hi, Selma. Just popping in for a tad again. Hello. Vixen Field also. Hello. Glad you're all here today. So, in my... Oh, wait. That reminded me. One of the things that I was going to very briefly just rant about to start today. Tomorrow is full yap stream, but I just gotta like mention this today before, because I probably will forget tomorrow and just get totally off topic unrelated to it. Square Enix hath forsaken me like 900 times in my life now. They forsake me and then they do something to win my favor back, and then they forsake me and then they do something to win my favor back, and then they forsake me again. It's a never-ending cycle, which is maybe why if they don't release my favorite games, that is the truth. They just keep releasing my favorite games. But man, do they make some weird decisions. Man, do they do things I don't like all the time. Right now, they were winning in my favor because they're doing a Magic collab. Magic, who historically does not also have my favor all the time either. Magic, who also gets under my skin and on my nerves. Wizards of the Coast, I'm narrowing my eyes at you with frustration. But there is a collaboration between Final Fantasy and Magic the Gathering, and I'm gonna freaking cry! Because every single card that is in it that I've seen so far is just like pure, in the purest sense, just trauma. It's like, all right, here's Zach's card. You know, your beloved Zach, the one you adore. His entire card is about him sacrificing himself and giving his equipment to someone else. And I'm like, yep, okay, that makes sense for the plot. Aerith is about also sacrifice. They made one for Final Fantasy X that's also about sacrifice. Man, if that isn't a common trend in Final Fantasy, it's probably gonna be a sacrifice-heavy, like, graveyard resurgence type of stuff. And I did ask for some of the cards for my birthday from Joby for next year. I was like, can you, or like, as like a holiday gift for me for next year, you can buy the cards now and like hide them until then. I just want to own them in some way, some shape and form. Like, I know we're like months and months and months away of like early Christmas gift, something like that, because I won't be able to validate buying them myself. Final Fantasy cards would interact with the graveyard. They do. They really are hitting you right in the feels with it, and it hurts. It hurts me. I was like, I swore that if they released legendary creatures for Zac Fair or for Igniscencia or for Garnet or for, they're not gonna do Penelope, or but like Balthier, like there's like 15 characters that if they have a legendary creature for, I will just build a commander deck for them. And I've seen the Zac one and I've seen the Aerith one, and both of them make me hurt inside. They both hurt. Ouchie. Biggest trauma card, Cactuar. Yeah, really. Or we can get a nice, oh my gosh, what is he called? Little guy with the knife? What is he called? I can't think of his name now. The little lizard with the knife. What is his name? I hate myself. What is he called? He's the worst. That one. That's also trauma. Cactuar is not the biggest one. It's the little guy with the knife whose name I cannot remember. He is worse, actually. But, you know, Tonberry! Yes, Tonberry. Thank you. Sorry. It is Tonberry. Thank you so much. You saved me. I can't believe I forgot that. Fake fan Squiiji moment. So, you know, weighing the balance on Square Enix right now. Give me a little bit of favor because I'm gaining a little favor back towards both Magic and Final Fantasy because they're doing their collab together. Magic already got a little bit of favor back from the Miku collab they did, but I didn't get any of those cards and they were like astronomically priced and I didn't really like the mechanics of any of them anyway. They were okay. But I'm gaining favor back from that. And then yesterday, they cancel a game that's been in beta twice and has been in production for what, 5 years? Maybe longer? Maybe like 6? Huh? What? Why did you do that? Kingdom Hearts Missing Link got canceled. That was the game that they canceled their previous mobile title for. They stopped working on Unchained and Dark Road so they could work on Missing Link. It was in beta twice. I literally know a beta tester. And like it literally had like fully playable builds and all that, and they just canceled it. They just canceled it yesterday. Huh? What are these decisions being made? I don't understand. And then if that were not bad enough, not bad enough, I guess, then literally within the same 24 hours, they're like, oh, here, we're still working Kingdom Hearts 4. Here it is. we've gotten rid of all of the fun whimsy of the art style. It's now gritty, it's now not as colorful, we got rid of all of the exaggeration in the character design. We're just using our, like, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth style for half of them, but, like, kind of not even, because that's even less exaggerated. I'm looking at those screenshots of that they released. I know people are excited. I'm like, nah, I'm not excited. You got rid of the whimsy. That's what I liked. You sucked all the Disney out of it, which is half of what made it fun. I'm not even a Disney fan. I don't know. Shadow looks like a xenomorph. Yeah, I don't know what's going on in those screenshots. Strelitza looks good. Sora, I don't... That's not my boy. The screenshot they showed of him, I was like, that's not my guy. That's not him. What happened? I don't know. I'm mad about it. And I will continue to be mad about it until that game comes out. 3 was kind of meh. Now the Disney characters look out of place. I know! They're gonna look so out of place. Yeah, they made it look like Final Fantasy. I love Final Fantasy. Do not get me wrong. Final Fantasy, very near and dear to my heart. Some of my favorite games ever are Final Fantasy games. But Kingdom Hearts shouldn't just be Final Fantasy. It's supposed to be both. I don't know. Iiji rant over. I just had to get that out from under my skin. Hopefully that's just the Quadratum style. That is what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping. And I'm hoping that the fact that they're not showing us anything else is so that when the trailer releases and it has more worlds or other things, we'll be excited about that and we'll be like, wow, new things, yeah! But right now I'm just like, huh? What can you do? I don't know. Anyways, Honkai Impact 3rd. I've been adopted as a Kaslana. I have adopted the cowlick, the hoge. I don't know what it is called, but I have adopted it. Anyways, it's time. We can lock in and talk about the thing that we were here to talk about today. Oh wait, rubric. I didn't put a rubric. Squiiji Kaslana, yes. Hey, wait, here's the thing. I don't have a last name. I don't have a last name. I was talking about it recently with someone that I just have a monomer. There's no Squiiji last name. Whenever I have to put my name on something, I'm always Squiiji, and then they still require last name, so I just put 3D in there. Last name 3D, middle name _. So what if I just adopt Kaslana as my last name? Just forcibly make myself a member of their family. Because like, look, her cowlick looks pretty good on me. And you would never know, it's just a PNG, but it like meshes really well with my head, doesn't it? I like outdid myself this time, huh? Squiiji's from the previous era now. Previous era characters don't have last names. No, wait, but I do have a last name. That's what I want as a last name. I'm trying to get a last name. Only game I've ever played where people who are not alive in any way are playable. I feel like that is the case of several of the characters we're talking about today, isn't it? They're like data reconstructions or something. Interesting. Wouldn't be the first adoption. Hey, perfect. Write me into the lore. This is how we finally get Squiiji into a gacha game. We've talked about it several times. We've talked about Iiji, if you win a gacha game. How are we gonna do that? How are we gonna get you in one? I will just forcibly adopt myself into the Kaslana family, apparently. Although I don't even know if I want to go there because I saw that Sampo is in that universe or was in that universe in some way at some point. And I don't want to get near him. That's the only thing keeping the Kaslana line safe from me is that blue man is there. Yeah, he's a boss. Why? Why is he there? Why has he gone there? Is it like some variant nonsense? Or is it just straight up Sampo just showing up in it? Didn't interact with any Kaslana yet? Okay, maybe I'm still safe. Same reason Sparkle was there, crossover. Oh, okay, I see. Straight up Sampo. Why him? Is that a weird question of me to ask? In the popularity of characters from Honkai Star Rail, of ones to port over, lore reasons, masked fool. Oh, okay, I see, okay. I did also have a funny conversation indirectly about Honkai Star Rail with Jubby in relation to Jubby's students. Jubby teaches high school, and Jubby's students, Jubby is in charge of the anime club. In amusing fashion. And the students all, because Jubby hasn't revealed anything, they all just assumed Jubby didn't know what it was and just decided to be their leader because one of the officers for the club is one of Jubby's independent studies. So they just assumed that Jubby was just doing it out of the kindness of their heart and not because they know anime. So it's really funny. But the number of times they do things they don't understand is really funny. So they told Jubby, when Jubby came into the meeting earlier this week, that they were doing a hear me out cake. You all know what that is. I know what that is. Jubby knows what that is. The students really did not understand what it was. Because this is high schoolers. These are high schoolers. And Jubby was like, okay, explain the concept to me, playing dumb. And they were like, oh, it's just characters that you think are hot. It's just characters that you think are hot. Like, hear me out, I think this character is hot. And Jubby was like, oh, okay, all right. If that's all, then fine, I guess. Carry on, question mark? The innocence. Yeah, we don't know if it was innocence or if they were just trying to get away with it. But the problem was, Jubby, because they knew what the point of the thing was, none of them were actual, like, hear me outs in any way, shape, or form. It was like, conventionally attractive character, main character of franchise, like, just not at all in any way. Wait, it's not about people you find hot or attractive. I guess it kind of can be, but there's more of an implication to that. There's more of an implication to it. It implies more. Yeah, it was like, hear me out, conventionally attractive woman. Not really, though, because Jubby teaches at an all-girls school, and I think all the girls in Jubby's anime club are straight, as far as... at least their choices went for that. I think only one of the students actually had, like, answers that were, like, funny to it. But Jubby was like, one of the characters they put on there was from one of those series that you reviewed. I was like, oh, really? What? Who was it? Because Jubby hasn't explained to me yet the whole thing where they're like just putting conventionally attractive characters on there, and I'm like, oh, who was it? Like, I'm trying to think of like characters that are like from any of the gacha games we've done. Jubby was like, Iiji, what is a boot? What is a boot hill? I was like, oh, I was like, the robot? Really? Jubby was more confused by the name than by anything else, which was funny to me. That was the hear me out. Jubby was like, I don't really think it's a hear me out. It was just a cowboy with black and white hair whose whole chest was out. Jubby was like, I really don't think that's a hear me out. That's like, probably like a popular character. I was like, yeah, I would say that's a very popular character. What is a boot? Yeah, they couldn't remember what the name was all the way, and I was like, I know who it is. A boot hill's an actual thing too. Maybe, I don't know. But it was very funny to me. None of the students like made actual picks, and Jubby didn't know what 80% of the characters were either, but they were all like conventionally attractive anime characters. The only one Jubby was familiar with was that one, so they didn't have to play dumb. They just didn't know what any of them were anyway. Yeah, the only 10 out of 10 himself. The closest to a 10 out of 10 I've given in any of these crits, I think, so far, potentially. Apparently a cemetery in the Old West? Oh boy. Anti-imperialist space cowboy. Space cyborg cowboy. I mean, good for him. I don't think he belongs in a hear me out cake. Like, I just don't think so. And also, a hear me out cake does not belong in a high school anime club setting. So this is I like character name with extra steps kids these days. I think they meant it more as like the we like listen and don't judge kind of thing, where it's like, you know, you can just present whatever characters you like and no one's allowed to tease you for it, maybe was how it went. Potentially, maybe? I don't know. Only rated 10 out of 10 for Hoyo character, closest 10 out of 10 for Hoyoverse. I don't remember what his score was. Was he a 9.5? He might have been pretty close, I guess. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. But it was funny hearing that. I don't know what made, because we're talking about Honkai Star Rail. Yeah, so anyways, without further ado, let me open my rubric, because that is the other thing I forgot to do here. Let me open my rubric. I was supposed to be doing that while I was taking roll, but then I didn't. In true Iiji fashion. Here we go. Rubric! And I'll do rubric while we do disclaimer, so I don't get eaten. Thanks! Meep, 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 meep. Teleportation powers, go! Rubric Chan time! We are still joined by Selma's lovely Rubric Chan. She joined us on Monday, and she's hanging with us for the rest of the week, which I think is just today. Tomorrow, I don't think we're doing Rubric Chan, but look, it's Selma's girly. Look at her. So professional. Doing things good for her health, wearing a wrist brace, as she should. Shroommates, I hope you all are doing your wrist stretches and your, wearing your wrist braces to bed, if you should. I am at bread. I am wearing my wrist brace, don't worry. I like you guys saying hi to her. Hi, Rubric-chan. Nope, not to bread. We are not at bread. We are not at the bread store right now. Folding laundry, wrist stretching. There you go. Okay, that counts. That works. That works for me. You pass examination. Don't worry. The only characters in Star Rail who could qualify for Hear Me Out are the cosmic gods who are like 1,000 suns holding a big hammer. Yeah, that's true. What about the soup store? Oh, wait, I was merging memes. I was merging memes. I was merging the take the gluten out the bread. There's a Doge meme that's at the bread store. But yeah, I was thinking about at soup, actually. You're right. I hope you guys know of the old tales. Hope you guys know at soup. Worm, thank you for following. Yippee, worms. So, today we are going to be rounding out our Honkai Impact 3rd character design critiques. Disclaimer, I am Squiiji. I am a freelance artist. I am also a fungi. I also have taught character design. I am not the end-all be-all when it comes to character designers' thoughts on these characters and their designs. There are definitely things I'm going to miss. There are things I'm going to get wrong. But there may be some things I get right. We'll see. Not to undervalue myself. But there may be some things I miss. It's inevitable. I'm not as completely engrossed in this story as would be necessary to have the most accurate grades for every single character we look at, but I'm doing the best I can with what knowledge I have, and I've done my best to educate myself. And also, to try and remove any amount of bias I may or may not have towards these characters, I have a rubric. It's so that I don't just grade them based on my personal opinions. Because boy do I have those, but they don't always align with what is and what isn't just inherently decent character design, strong character design. Yeah. So, not a hater. And last week should be evidence of that. Last week I went into things realizing that I may have underestimated this game's character designs. I may have underestimated it a good bit. I was concerned. I think I had seen 1 or 2 battlesuits from this game that were visual soup, to bring soup back in. I am gonna buy clothes at the soup store. But I saw like 2 battlesuits that like were like scrambled eggs of designs where it was just kind of like, huh? Too many colors in too many places. The banding of like just like stripes of contrast. The color design wasn't there. Contrast was weird. Focal points weren't focal pointing. And I developed an opinion. But then last week, when I saw a ton of more suits in general, more just outfits and things like that, I was relieved to find that overwhelmingly the characters are at least around like the 6 range, if not higher. So not too bad, not too shabby. I'll give you that. Honkai Impact 3rd. I give you, I think, a better
hey,
average
consumers.
than
Gary the Concrete Ear here. This time not to take roll, but to make an announcement.
Oh, hi.
For a new known reason, internet user Nilu did not receive a notification to stream, since they were too busy figuring out how to move third-party apps to iCloud. Still struggling. But nevertheless, their presence may grace you now. Anyway, gonna slurp some wet concrete now. See ya.
See ya. Good luck with your app removal. app migration to the cloud. Gary, don't slurp the wet concrete, please. I feel like that's actually even worse. At least the fully solidified concrete is not molded to the shape of your insides, and therefore can maybe be passed through your system more effectively. If it's just molded to the shape of your insides, then it's just, I feel like it's gonna clog things up and get stuck, and I really don't want to figure out what the medical bill situation of that would be. So, interesting. Won't cause burns? What? Cause burns? Why would, oh wait, is it exothermic when, I haven't really touched concrete when it's setting up. Is it like excessively exothermic when concrete sets like resin? Where it'll harm you by putting out heat? Is that what you're telling me? That's horrible. Actually, Gary, please don't eat it in that case. Please do not scald yourself from the inside out. Concrete is exothermic. I mean, I figure it must be, but I didn't know if it was like, there's many things that are exothermic that don't produce that much heat in a way that makes them dangerous, but, like, you shouldn't eat resin while it's setting. I mean, you shouldn't eat resin, period, but resin can have, like, thermal runaway and stuff, and then get really, really, like, hot, like hundreds and hundreds of degrees. And I didn't know concrete did that. That's crazy. Huh, yeah, advanced kidney stone. Not even an advanced kidney stone. What are the rocks that they pull out of the stomachs of, like, goats and stuff? He's kind of making his own one of those. Gary desires having something to help grind up all the grass in his stomach. Seems to be what it is. Phasors? Yeah. Kidney stone and then kidney asphalt. Yeah, those are not the same thing. Bezoar? I don't know how to say the word. I've never heard that word said out loud to me. But those things. Also, do I have, like, a dark halo around me? What is that? Why do I have a dark halo around me? Ah? Do you see that? Do you see the darkness that is looming behind me? What is, oh, it's not as bad when I'm this close. What is that? Hello? Drop shadow? Yeah, why do I have a drop shadow? Did it go away? Okay, now it's less. That's weird. I wonder if my shadow overlay might be broken right now. Interesting. OBS did a funny silly last night, so maybe that might be where my mic was shut off, and also why I, for some reason, have a drop shadow. Paper cutout Iiji. Yeah, I'm flat. Flat Stan Iiji. Evil curse be upon ye, maybe? Maybe. There are some dark things simmering behind me. Sounds so casually terrifying. Sorry. Sephiroth looms over me because I was thinking about Final Fantasy earlier. He's ready to strike swiftly and with vengeance because I spoke ill. Anyways, as I was saying... What was I saying? Where were we before I got Gary distracted and also Dark Cloud distracted? To make another reference, Dark Cloud. Oh, so... No, Iiji, look out? What? What? Look out? Duck? There's no ducks around here. I'm okay. Nothing's going on. Sephiroth! Sephiroth! Dun 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 dun. Not right now. Don't worry, only Aerith dies. That's not... Bible spoiler! Seth Iiji joke model wine. Hey, I could get a single wing if you want. We could get one wing. I could have one singular wing if you'd like. One dark wing. Maybe. In my white-haired family, I think Sephiroth could be a member. I could be related to him. I'm also a lab experiment. So maybe I am related to him. Bible's actually relevant to Honkai. That's great. There we go. Segue. One bloopy wing. Yeah. Sephiroth and I are both lab experiments. The Bible is relevant to Honkai. And as I approached each character, when I was reading the story of Honkai Impact, 'cause I did for this one at least try and somewhat glimpse what is going on with the overall story. Do I understand it? No, but I tried at least. I am trying to guess the role of each character just based on what I get visually from them before reading the lovely, beautiful, fantastic information that Lance, with the help of Gabby, had provided to us. I tried to guess with varying success, it appears. I think I was mostly really successful last week. I had to write my notes down this week because as I learned more, I was accidentally spoiling. I was accidentally spoiling things for myself. So because I was recognizing names, so I had to like full stop, make my guesses, and then go back to learning things about the story. And I had some varying levels of success in guessing the roles each character's playing in the story and things like that. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, last week I was pretty spot on, I think. So, here is my rubric that allows me to be as objective as physically possible. I use this rubric also for VTuber design critiques, but VTubers are just characters also. It's character design generally. What we have here as our categories we can grade for are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, and concept and motifs. For color palette, to get full points, the color palette needs to be cohesive, interesting, and well executed. You will get no points if the palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing, banding. If I'm slapping you with color layers left and right, no points. For silhouette, to get full points, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. I should be able to tell that you are you just based solely on that. Oh, thank you for making some color changes to me. I appreciate it. For silhouette, you will not get any points if the silhouette is blob-like, non-distinct, or if you have a very smooth top of the head, almost like a torpedo or a bullet, if you will. 4. Complexity versus clarity. The model should be well balanced as far as details go. They should support the concept and focal points without being excessive to get full points. No points will be rewarded if the model is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness. If the design has patterns that are visually overwhelming or distracting because they just have too much contrast, no points. This is the area that Genshin suffered the most in, and Honkai Star Rail lost a little bit in this. But so far, thankfully, Honkai Impact 3rd has not really forayed too far into overwhelming patterning. We'll see if that stays true, though. We'll see. For focal points, the focal points should be well executed. The focal points, repeat after me, look me in the eye. It's eyes, it's the face. Repeat after me, face, eyes, not other things. They are characters. We are meant to make a connection with them. And the way we make connections as humans with other living things is via the face. You know, the eyes are the gateway to the soul. All that stuff. Eyes. Eyeballs. That's the only option. In a game, I am also willing to allow for the focal point. I mean, say I am. The focal point is also acceptable if it is shared with things that are very important to the lore of a character. So, you know, when we were looking at characters in Genshin, they all have, I don't remember what they're called. They're funny little stones that are their magic identifying talisman things. I was willing to let it slide if those were a little more focal. In Cookie Run Kingdom, I was willing to let, if the soul jams and things like that were taking a little bit of the focal point, because those are very important to lore and to our understanding of the character. So therefore, it's fine, it's acceptable. Oh, visions, yeah, visions. I have looked at so many different games that unfortunately, remembering what all the different magic systems are called is, they're all getting mashed up in my brain. They all get merged. I don't remember which game has what thing anymore because I sadly haven't played half of them. I at least remember Honkai Star Rail stuff with like equipment and things like that, but I don't remember Genshin so much, unfortunately. Dreamseeker from Honkai Impact 3rd Part 2 fails in complexity, I think. We'll see. That might be one of the ones we were thinking about earlier that I had seen before I was super familiar with the rest of the character design. We'll see. I don't know if that's the one, but that might be. But for focal point, if the focal point is things other than the eyes and or something that is important to the lore of the character, no points. If I am only looking at the exposed skin in the torso or the legs, that's no points, or very low points. 4. Concept and motifs. The concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design with supportive motifs. What this means is that I should be able to discern, just based on what I see alone, what the character's role in the story is, maybe where they're from, as far as like in-game or in-lore regions go, what their play style is, you know, as far as, you know, are they a tank? Are they a frontline fighter? I should be able to glimpse things maybe about their personality about them. Are they aloof? Are they happy? Are they naive? These are things that alert me that the proper steps for visual storytelling have been taken into account in the execution of the character's designs, and without those things, they will not get points in this category. The concept, if it is unclear or visually non-existent, will lead me to not give any points. Also, I have a tendency to take some points off if concepts are too one-dimensional. Sometimes a character is just fire. Sometimes a character is just fire, and that's it. And that's a little too one-dimensional. You want to give characters layered concepts. They should have things like occupations and personality traits and visual motifs, sure, like the fire or like other things, but maybe you have 2 visual motifs. Maybe it's not just fire. Maybe it's fire and spiders. I don't know. There's ways we can add levels of interest to characters by having layered concepts, and I will take points off if we're not taking those opportunities, mayhaps. There are also bonus points that I don't really reward to game design ever. I think I never have, and I should just get rid of them on this version of the rubric, because that is letting me have bias, and the whole point is that I'm trying to not have bias about stuff. But sometimes I can put people on the fridge if I really like their design. It's never happened, but I don't know. Have you ever run into a character that was such a mess that there was no focal point? Yes, many times. Infinitely many times. Many times. A lot of times. So many times. Unfortunately. It happened in Genshin with more than one character. It happened in Cookie Run Kingdom with at least one character. It happened in... I think it actually even happened last week. I think it happened in Guilty Gear 2, unfortunately. I think every franchise has at least one character where the focal point isn't functioning really at all, unfortunately. I don't know. Hi, Billy. You're telling me there's a hot guy on this Star Rail? What an impact. Yeah, the hot guys are making an impact. Billy, I'm sorry to let you down, though, but I think this game is like 90% girls. There are a couple of male characters in the game, but none of them are playable. They're all side characters, technically. Or not side characters, they're just not playable characters, which is interesting. Ryan May, your eternal nemesis. She does really seem to be my eternal nemesis, unfortunately. Hers isn't that bad. She's not that bad. Her focal point isn't that terribly obscured. But it's not fantastic. 2 playable men and one of them is dead. Oh, that's great. That's good odds. I joke that it hurts Honkai Impact to make a guy. Oh no. I know that even in Genshin, the girl to guy ratio is very heavily slanted towards the girlies. But I feel like in Honkai Star Rail it was much more even. So maybe it's just a per game basis? I don't know. They do seem to favor girlies though, from what it seems like, which may have to do with their demographic of players, perhaps. Waifus sell more. Yeah, it was 3-1 at one point. Yeah. They made Dreamweaver, implied you could switch genders, then retconned him out with everyone introducing him. Oh, rip. Okay. They did a poll for Honkai Impact 3rd, and all the players wanted to continue only women characters as playable. Really? That's funny. That is interesting. So I guess it really is a player demographic. They get unalive threats when they make guys? Jesus. Okay. That's crazy. They wanted to make a male MC for part 2, and players raged so hard he got removed. Oh, lordy. That is crazy. Reality is that the game is very much about girlhood and womanhood. Interesting. Okay. Intriguing, even. Noted. That's wild. I am glad that they have more masculine characters in the other games in the hoyoverse. That's wild, because it's kind of crazy cutting an entire genre of players out of your player demographic, maybe? But yeah, I don't know. Like, they make the men playable for, like, stage for the funsies, or make bosses playable for one event, and that's it. Ah, okay. That's how they keep the balance, mayhaps. Or you get a character who likes a hot girl, but gets revealed as a male? Huh? Older games Honkai Gakuen and Gun Girl Z, Kallen Kaslana was the male MC. Oh, interesting. Okay, we'll get to Kevin. Why did I tangent here? How did I tangent into this? What are we talking about? Oh, because we're gonna talk about 2 of the Gakuen? Oh, okay. I don't know how to say that word. Very focused marketing. I guess. Focusing your marketing is usually for the best. Usually you want to have your marketing kind of pared down and honed in on something particular. I don't know. That seems like a little extreme. Kevin, originally a gender bent Kiana. I did know that based on my little bit of research I had done. I did know that one, at the very least. At Iiji on back. I did some research on my own. So, in my statements that I have to make as we are getting into this, I'm going to reiterate a lot of the stuff I said last week, just in case anyone wasn't here last week when I said it, or just didn't see last week's stream or video, period. But there are additional criteria that come into play here, and I do have some sort of like overarching thoughts as I have become more familiar with looking at the characters in this game. So, we have to consider what the game developers' intentions for the characters are, which kind of gets at what we were talking about with most of the characters being girls. They have to know their demographic, they have to know who they're trying to appeal to with their character designs. And they also need us to spend our money. They need to make shmoney. And the way that they do that in this game, since it's a gacha, is via either you make the character so attractive, or their, whatever battlesuit, new character, those kinds of things, so attractive, so waifu, that the people are so in love with them that they have to pull for them. They have to pull. They gotta get their girly. There's no ifs, ands, buts, ors about it. They have to have them. or they introduce new mechanics that, you know, make it so that in order to keep up with the meta, you kind of have to pull for that character. And that's usually the two ways that gacha games make their money, via you wanting to obtain that specific content. Sometimes maybe it's you want to have a character that'll push story forward, but mainly, overwhelmingly, it's those things. And I will say, they do a pretty good job of it. And for me at least, I think their method of leaning more into the gacha being based in costumes and separate, like, builds for existing characters, I think that gives them a lot more freedom to be more experimental in their designs. I fear that a lot of gacha games get too attached to whatever, like, standard of character designs being considered, like, conventionally attractive or what is well sought after by players. They get too attached to that, and then they don't want to take risks anymore with their character designs to make interesting things. I will say, ZZZ is making me eat my words on this one, because ZZZ keeps doing interesting things with their new characters they release that are things I wouldn't have expected, and it's working. And it's working. So I'll give them props for that one also, from mihoyo. But for this game, the way that they do it with getting you to buy new battlesuits for a character you already love, even if they try something new with the battlesuit and maybe it's a miss, people will probably still buy it because of the character. Because they love that character. Right, latest ZZZ character is a hot vampire guy. I was thinking about the cat girl and the fact that they have the Von Lycanon and the bear. They've got, like, furry adjacent characters that I was surprised to see, but they take a little more risks in their character designs for it. Hot police, hot criminals, hot hired help. I mean, I'm not saying the designs they've made aren't probably hot to the most of you. I kept seeing that ZZZ guy, the new one, the vampire guy, and thinking he was a VTuber. I thought it was fan art for Xander Netherbrand, and I got really confused. Hugo, is that what his name is? I got really confused. I was like, who's this purple man? Blonde purple man. I was like, okay, kind of demon motifs a little bit. I got kind of confused. Happens. I don't know anything about that game, but more so, stance here about Honkai Impact 3rd, though, is that they take more risks and therefore are more open to having interesting designs, to me at least, than some of the other games that mihoyo has released. Some of the designs end up being more interesting, a little bit less expected. They can take some risks, maybe, and they pay off to me at least. So I appreciate that for sure. Then, also, secondarily, as a concern for a game, you know, when they're making their income, is selling merchandise. Increasingly over my lifetime, I have become more and more aware of how important merchandise is to the financial structure of, like, every company. That is where most of your VTuber companies are making at least a pretty hefty sum of their income. And the same goes for a lot of games. There's, you know, we know this, that there's entire cartoons and things that are developed just around the plan of selling dolls or, like, selling action figures, selling merchandise. Because they just make the anime or whatever it is to promote their toy sales. So for a game like this, they do probably still want us to be interested in merch. And therefore, they have to make the design something that would not be impossible to have merchandised. Trying to get HI3 merch in the States is a pain. Oh man, I mean, that's its own thing there, unfortunately. But they have to make the designs work in a way where they can be pared down enough to work as merchandise without running into troubles. Oh, hang on, the music paused. So, this game does make it clear that they were intending for the designs to work well in, like, a more pared down fashion and still be very clearly, obviously, the character they are without losing all the essence of the character by all the fun little chibis they have. When I was doing my research for it, I found that every single character in every single battlesuit, more or less, maybe there was one or two I didn't see, have canon chibi versions of them that are super, super pared down that prove to me, in essence, why each outfit works. Because they can be broken down, because they can be simplified without losing what they are. They even have exaggeration in them. They're distinct enough from each other, distinct enough from you know, other characters in other series, that they work. So yeah, dorm chibis. Oh, is that what they are? They're from the dorms? The wiki, I don't think stated that, but I could see that. I could potentially see that. That makes sense to me. Yeah, so that to me shows that they are thinking about those things. I see you thinking. Honkai Impact 3rd. I appreciate it. That's a step in the right direction. But yeah, so those are sort of the things that they're going through. Oh, and then the last addendum to that is they should want, I believe they want, any piece of media should want fan content to be made about them. You should want that as a developer of anything, because that is the freest form of marketing you could ever have, and that is the way that you leave a lasting impression. Even when you're between updates or between games or things like that, if people are still interested in what you've created and are creating fan works, whether that be fan fiction or fan art or things like that, it's going to keep an interest in whatever it is that you're creating alive. So by designing characters that are not a pain in the butt and super duper uber intimidating to want to make fan art of, you're, you know, helping your game do better. You're getting that free marketing, free advertisement, you're getting that longevity out of it also. Yeah, maybe even if just the original crew, but that's a thing to consider also. And I think this game is kind of doing it more than some of the other hoyoverse titles do. Sometimes. Not always. But I think they're thinking about that also. At least from the way I'm observing their character designs, it seems like it's consideration, yeah. The Twitter's always sharing fan art. They have a whole showcase of fan creations every year. Yeah, it's a very important piece of the puzzle in creating, Hoyo Fair. In creating any kind of media, the fan engagement is one of those important puzzle pieces, and by making your character designs approachable, you're going to feed into that a lot better. So, those are my considerations as far as the game developer's intentions for the character designs. Then also, we, when we're looking at these designs, also have to consider that this is a third-person game. I know that we get to see the characters in 360, I learned that last week, but we gotta make sure that the backs of them are interesting, which I didn't really spend a lot of time on last week. I kind of glossed over that accidentally, and we're gonna remedy that today. I wanna make sure I talk about that today. I kind of skipped it a little. But if we're looking at the characters' backs a lot, we have to make sure that their backs are interesting, at least, have opportunities for movement, and or are not just completely, fully, totally obscured by their hair. So, we will check that. It is also a 3D game that is likely based on 2D art. Are the models significantly on model? Last week, relief. Major, massive relief to me. They are. The 3D models look good. They're exaggerated, the materials look nice. The game's older than Genshin, yet the models are better. They're both mobile games. How did this happen? Honestly, some of the stuff in this game seems like it may even be on par with, if not better than, Star Rail sometimes, which is surprising to me. But I'm pleasantly surprised, I will say. The 3D modeler pleasantly surprises me, so that works out. And then also, do the design support opportunities for interesting animation? Yes, they do. And from what it seems like, and you guys were saying, it may be that they had... one of the reasons why the 3D models are better is because there are parts of the character that are hand posed and or hand animated. They're not just relying on physics, where, you know, to have physics simulations for hair and things like that does save time, mayhaps, but it doesn't inherently add to player experience or viewer experience all the time, where we can pose the hair so that it sits in an interesting manner when the character's in an idle and not moving. That way it's adding to silhouette, it's adding to the interest. And then also can have physics, you know, when you're moving. And I think this game does a better job of that than some of the other hoyoverse titles do. I was talking about this with Billy recently. We were talking about Miraculous, and something that I missed from the earlier seasons, not that I've watched all of them, but in the early seasons of Miraculous, Chat Noir's tail was hand animated, and therefore it acted like a tail. In the new season, I think it's just simulated in physics, so it doesn't feel like a tail anymore. It just feels like a floppy belt, and it makes me sad. There's something to be said for having that sort of like hand fine-tuned animation that I think is working to the benefit of this game, and other games could use to be benefiting from it also. Honkai Impact 3rd is a favorite child. I could see that. I genuinely could. HSI, they lean on character templates. Developing characters, whereas ZZZ and Honkai Impact 3rd are definitely all from scratch. See, I am happy to see that. I know that it is definitely being done for efficiency's sake, that they're using repeated body templates and stuff like that, so they can reuse animations and stuff like that with ease. But I mean, if you're gonna put the time into creating the character, put the time in properly to make them fully polished and refined and not wet dogs. Yeah, it's not that it's, yeah, templating isn't bad, but it is constraining, and you can use a template. I use templates all the time. I have body bases that I use all the time when I do 3D modeling, but I modify them. I modify them in their proportioning, so that way each person that I'm making a model for still ends up being visually distinct. They don't have the exact same proportions. We don't fall into like same body or same face syndrome. There's ways to make it work. Yeah. Open world of Genshin takes up a lot more of their attention. I guess that makes sense. Helps them release one new battlesuit every patch, with multiple releases being really rare nowadays. Oh, interesting. So they're sort of slowly providing content instead of, I feel like a lot of these games do overwhelm us with content sometimes, where they're like, here's our big release, here's 4 new characters, spend all your money trying to get all 4 of them. Okay, next patch, okay, here's 4 new characters, wow! They're maybe a little greedy, trying to drain your pockets on all of them, but I feel like that's a more sustainable way of doing things, is build hype for each individual design you're releasing effectively, and therefore you don't have to do as much crazy work, and people are still going to be interested in investing into those characters they are releasing, and then they'll save up for it and then spend, theoretically, maybe a similar amount on the next one they really want, maybe. I don't know. Every patch has been getting longer in the past year, 6 weeks to 8 to 9 weeks. Ow. Oh, maybe they're getting, is that too slow then? I don't know. But I will say, 6 to 9 weeks to 3D model a character is not a lot. That is not a lot. Not a ton. Earlier we were talking about Fate Grand Order, maybe recommending it for review. Only issues the game models are chibi sprites, so it's full on character splash and then the sprite. That's okay. I mean, Fate has full on character designs, because isn't Fate also an anime series? Theoretically? That's fine. I mean, the thing for me more so with reviewing the character designs is the designs themselves. The models being good or not is sort of an addendum, I guess. As long as they're well executed in the chibi form, that wouldn't bug me. Like, that's fine. We can look at 2D or 3D. Hell, one day we're probably going to just look at anime, period, instead of game characters in some way. My list of things that I want to talk about someday, some way, somehow, grows so much longer every single day I'm on this planet of Earth. There's not enough Thursdays that exist for me to get to all of them, sadly. We may have to do some, like, speedrun days where we, like, go through, like, some peak shonen or peak shoujo series or something. We have, like, a shonen day, a shoujo day, just to talk about, like, the highs and lows of each. And I am planning a sort of presentation on character design tropes and their effectiveness that we maybe will do someday to get through some of the anime stuff, but we'll see. I think they said in a dev interview it takes 6 months minimum to create a new character, I think. So they're just staggering their start dates for each character by 6 to 9 weeks, I guess. But that's gotta be a tough work schedule. That's a lot. Fate like Honkai also has sci-fi nonsense rooted in imaginary numbers. I love sci-fi nonsense. I think that's why I've been more favorable towards some of... I mean, at least personally, I've been more favorable towards Honkai Star Rail and Honkai Impact, because I like sci-fi nonsense. I like sci-fi. But I don't know. I don't really know much about their story, so interesting. Huge Elysia figurine, I want it so bad. Oh boy, that was about the merch earlier, yeah. Multiple gender swapped historical figures. I know the bit with Fate is that it's like, here's Leonardo da Vinci, and it's like a 18-year-old anime girl or something. Or like, here's Galileo. And it is, once again, an anime girl. Isn't that what the bit is? I feel like Galileo was one I even like directly saw at some point, but this game has that too. To like bring us, yeah, to bring us back, to tangent us back in here. I saw in Lance's document that that Tesla is in this game, and there's also Einstein. Yeah, they're anime girls in this game. They're at the end of the document, which is funny to me. I wish I understood where the trope of taking a historical figure and turning it into an anime girl came from, because it's so funny to me. It's so interesting. I'd love to be inside the brain of whoever first came up with it. It's so interesting. It's so intriguing. Edison's also part of the story in this game as an anime girl. Wild. I guess tonally it makes sense in terms of, you know, we have a science fiction story, so people who are scientists historically would make sense to be some sort of like, just like funny tie-in. I don't know. It's odd. You know what'd be really funny? I guess that is it. The first one was King Arthur. Maybe. I don't know. I also got Dracula. Yeah, I don't... Maybe they just are looking for interesting tropes to base characters around, and this is just what they get. And that maybe that's just how it goes. I don't know. Let me move this over here. I think that was all of my general statements I had to say, other than that the characters in this game do still have same face syndrome to some degree. Some of them have same face syndrome because they are kind of the same person, more or less. It's fine, but their faces are quite similar, which is not fantastic. Also, variety in terms of skin tone isn't fantastic. And there's a lot of characters with white hair in this game. However, they do manage to succeed in this game at creating enough contrast between the hair and the skin tone for the most part for me. Usually it's just they'll have like some sort of white clothing on that then is what fails to have proper contrast. So you win some, you lose some here. And also, there are a lot of them that are following the black, white, one color, and a metal thing, I think. Not as much as Genshin, with a little bit more variety, but we'll see when we get there. Quantum physics and Honkai Impact 3rd is big in this together with science fiction. Are we still in the rubric when I had time to go to a whole walk outside, locked out Squiiji for you? No, we've been doing disclaimers. We've been on topic the whole time. I'm not locked out. I've been talking about the right things. I'm doing my disclaimers and stuff. So, once again, thank you to Lance for this absolutely insane PDF. Let me just scroll all the way down through this so you can see how many pages of this Lance put together for me. A lot. There are so many, so many girlies. And also not just girlies. There's some lads in here too mixed in. I think they're towards the bottom. We'll talk about them too. And I did get exposed to something from Hoyo Fair that is a idol? AU, I guess, or like idol thing for some of the lads, which is really funny. So I'll discuss that when I get to them. But I think I don't really have a particular order for us today, but there were a couple specific characters that I wanted to make sure we touched on. And I'm thinking I'm gonna do them in order, which I think starts here. I know that there is, oops, hang on. Oh wow, wait, this isn't what I want. Hang on, put this next to it here. Thanks, there we go. Oh wait, that's not what I want though. Hang on. Oh boy, wait, oh wait, if I zoom in then it'll work better. There we go, okay, now I can see better where everybody is. So, here's the thought. Okay, never mind, I can't. Why are they next to each other? This is so annoying. It did this last time. Nope, nope, nope. Who are you? Where are you? You're the one I was looking for. Nope. Am I missing a page? I feel like I am. Theresa? I'm confused. Hang on. Who is this? Is this part of this? Oh, Kallen. Okay, it just wasn't letting me see the page. There we go. They were attached. Kallen. So here's my thought. The Kaslanas to me are, in some way, I know it's on purpose. I know it's on purpose that they're so similar to each other. I don't know if I want to dedicate my entire stream just to the white-haired, blue-eyed characters. Because there's, I think, how many of them right now? 3 of them that are left that we could talk about? So we can briefly look at Kallen because she is important in the story, even though she's dead. Is Otto also one of them? Kaslanas are genetic, literally modified. Oh god, there's too many. There's so many white-haired characters that all have blue hair, or blue hair. White hair with blue eyes, and we just should get to a couple of them. So we can at least, we'll look at like one design. I think Kallen only has 2 designs anyway, or 3. Is very quick to go through, so we can do it very quick. And then Theresa? I don't know, we're supposed to say her name. the second one, so we'll just go in order as best we can, theoretically. Maybe. Blonde with green eyes, maybe the world worst Korean AU where she lived. Oh, rip. Otto's his own problem? Oh, okay. We'll get to Otto. Otto, for some reason, has, like, no imagery online of him. I had a very hard time finding a decent PNG of him to use for any purpose. Durandal, the only Kaslana without white hair. Is that one also a Kaslana? Durandal's also one of the ones we're looking at today. Jesus, okay. So, this is Kallen Kaslana. We're just gonna look at her first, and then we'll get into lore effectiveness and all those things. Let me open this. I don't know why it keeps opening them next to it. So here she is. Her, that's a spoiler? Oh, okay, that's fine. You'll see why, technically spoiler. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. So, Kallen. She, once again, I can see the Ava influence. I can see a little bit of, like, mech pilot influence. I enjoy that there is some good silhouette happening from the edges of her clothing. Let me get a color we can actually see. How about green? What is going on? Hello? There we go. Good silhouette things happening from the edges of her clothing, because it's not just all fully fleshed to her body. I appreciate that there's some asymmetry happening here too, with, you know, some things strapped to one leg, which look like clips for her gun, potentially. And then the classic, you love him, you hate him, the asymmetrical sock situation. But I think this is a better way of working with with these tech type of suits. We looked at Raiden last week, and I was not thrilled with her sort of base design, because it was just too much visually with the red. I think this is the best they've done at balancing the red color throughout an outfit, where it's kind of all over the place, so it's not as distracting. I do tend to find my eyes settling around the sleeves a lot, or around the shoes a lot, and maybe it's just one of those cases where if their shader allowed for there to be some sort of, hang on, thing where we're pushing things back in space, just a little bit. Nope. Just so that they aren't as bold, that might help a little bit. And then similarly, they could add maybe brighter highlights in the hair or something like that. This blue color, I wonder if they could just make the hair, her hair does have a purple undertone, but so do all of the armor pieces on the upper body. So if the hair were to have more of a blue undertone to it, I'm just gonna color over it first and then change the undertone, then maybe the head would become more focal. And then they'll provide a little more clarity, maybe? Yeah. So the random transparent black fabric ain't so random, we consider it's a callback to the boss form. I like the transparent mesh fabric that's happening here. It's something that's visually interesting without being too distracting for me. And I appreciate that it's preventing her from having that weird, I don't know what to call it. When we looked at Himiko, she had that weird light and shape thing happening in her crotch area that I did not understand. And I am glad that this character doesn't have that happening, but here, just a little bit like cooler in the undertone of the hair maybe. And then the hair stands out a little bit more from the shoulders. And it does make the head a little bit more focal. Yeah. When she was alive, she had the nun outfit. We'll look at the nun outfit really quick too. Old? Rude? What? Who's old? What do we say old? The dead white with lavender underneath, she's called Mistalin. Okay. Pair of guns besides the point. Bikini sling thing? Oh, are you talking about, is this attached to her bikini? Autumn's, that's a little strange. For her, I'm willing to accept the fact that she is in the bikini battle armor because she's not a frontline fighter. Is this going to defend her in any way, shape, or form from being shot? No. And she has left every single one of her vitals exposed. The only thing that's protected are her arms. Which, you know, depending on what kind of stance you're in when you're firing a gun, maybe that is keeping your torso a little bit safe if you're holding your guns up in front of you. I don't know, your tummy's still out and not defended. Sadly, your hair doesn't have as good or as memorable of a silhouette as your sister, question mark? Your relative? This ahoge is really good for silhouette. You at least have some hair sticking out the side of your head, but you don't have cool braids adding to your silhouette or an ahoge. Kallen's an ancestor. Okay, just ancestor descendant. Okay. You're missing something for me. Your hair, I wish had something more interesting happening with it right now. I know that you have a braid in the back because I looked at this image down here, which is fine. That's okay. But the braid doesn't really add anything, unfortunately. And it makes me wonder if it may have been nice. You know, we already have sort of asymmetrical hair design here. It makes me wonder if it would have been nice to have like, whoops, there's our color layer still, hang on. If it would have been nice maybe to have just like a front braid of some sort. We're not gonna be able to see it very well until I put like the lines on it. My favorite trick. Go like this, go like that. Whoop. Oh, the image is small enough that I can't really fully blend it in properly, but I feel like just a little braid or something similar might be cute. Or even if, you know, if we're making a reference to the same character, wouldn't it be funny if there was just like a little like braided sprig of hair coming out from here or something in like a similar place? So that way we're referencing the same thing but in a different manner. Maybe? I don't know. I just think that might be cute, and her hair leaves me wanting something from her silhouette still that I'm not getting. Although maybe this would make her too close to the other character and you guys would get confused because there's not really all that much else that differentiates them. Even in the other character, because her little ahoge thing goes away too in some of her outfits, or like it becomes really small. Kenna's gigantic braided hairs, the Braid Revolution begins. Breaded hairs? Red Revolution? Did I say bread again? Whoopsie. That's okay. But your silhouette is okay. Let's do a little bit of a ladder test. You're unfamiliar with the ladder test. It is where we do a couple of things. Hang on. Hello, brain. Do function. Ladder test is where we check to see if there is interesting division of space in the character's design. As human beings, we are very vertical, just because we're tall. We're long and narrow in that direction. We want to make sure that the verticality of our design is split up in an interesting manner. And the way we can test for this is by drawing 2 vertical lines for the sides of our ladder, and then placing a rung everywhere where there's a major visual change, whether it be in color, contrast, edge of clothing, something of the likes. And by doing that, we can determine if the space is being broken up interestingly. And often this usually helps me to further determine just how symmetrical some designs are, because some of them are just maybe a little too symmetrical sometimes. This is, other than the legs, fully symmetrical, but maybe that's not so much of an issue. Although I am getting some very similarly spaced rungs up around the face and the neck area, or the chest, not the face. Drawing from the eyeballs, bottom of the hair maybe, and then top of the head. Oopsie, leave that turned on. Planner thoughts? As long as they're genetically modified to have the power of himbo, they're all fine with getting thrown through buildings? What? Ah? That's not good. Don't throw your Kaslanas through buildings. That's not good for their health. I thought you guys liked them. Be nice. Ladders shouldn't be OSHA compliant? Yeah. You should create a ladder that we don't under any circumstances actually want to attempt to climb. It should be so fear-inspiring to our ankles that we want to take a step back and maybe even run. This does look like someone did blast a hole through the lower section of it. This area is a little samey in the spacing, but there is some clustering around the face at least. Good variety, so I would say she passes the ladder test, which is good. Let me turn back on the miscellaneous things I had been doing. What else is there here? The only other thing I think I had for her was that I was picking up a slight religious angle because we have the cross on the chest and the cross on the armor. But as far as personality goes, I don't think I was really getting a ton from her. I think the trouble that she and her siblings have is that their faces are so blank. We're not really getting any character acting from their face. So I'm not really picking up anything about her. And you guys did already spoil that she was a nun previously to me. So I can see that we're trying to make some reference to that here. At least slightly visually. Pretty sure the weakest Kaslana could walk off getting thrown through a building or two. I mean, good for them, but that doesn't mean you should do it to them. Doesn't mean it doesn't hurt them, if not physically, maybe psychically. Or psychologically. You know? This is from a game that was created by Otto himself. He created Kallen Final Fantasy. Wait. Final Fantasy? It made his design canonically? Huh? She's part of the church, aka the Shikol, standing for the Holy Roman Empire? What? Holy Roman Empire Vatican's job is fighting zombies and eldritch creatures. You know, good for them. I have been long thinking that the Vatican needs more jobs to keep them connected with the people. Fighting zombies and eldritch creatures, I think, would fit right into their daily work quite well. What's about Kallen Fantasy up in the dock? Ah, so here, we can read that now. Now that I've given you my assessment as to what I thought about her visually, she looks like she is, in some way, a sci-fi or mech type fighter. She has guns. I'm willing to accept that she's not frontline combat if she is a gunfighter, and we're getting a slight religious tilt to it. But I'm not really getting anything personality-wise from her. So let's see what Lance had to say for her. This isn't Kallen, or well, not the real one. One of the many things Otto did... Oh yeah, Kallen Fantasy 7? So, me talking about Final Fantasy earlier was not totally off topic, huh? Also, the reason she looks like she comes from the future with all the tech stuff, because Otto lived for hundreds of years. Video game ventures to a relatively recent thing in his life. Okay. I see. So, remember the Shiksaw? Name suggests family is the same family. She's an ancestor. Otto, who is an heir to another big important family. Oh, so he's not related. Oh, he's in love with her. She's destined to die in every world. His goal in life is to bring her back. Okay. What about Luocha? Oh wait, I remember that was one of my guys who I put in my would pull for category for Genshin, I think. The guy with the luxurious long blonde hair, right? I feel like I remember him. That's the guy, right? Long guy with the coffin. Luocha is an Otto alike. Yeah? Wow. I'm amazed by my memory here. I usually don't remember character names very well. I'm pleasantly surprised that I knew who that was. Yippee! Otto made a fanfic about the lesbian he had a crush on, where her girlfriend is the villain? What? We had an aneurysm when he saw Luocha for the first time? Oh. Wait, Welt has seen Luocha? I thought Luocha was from Genshin. Is Welt also in Genshin? Or am I not remembering? Is Luocha in Honkai Star Rail? I can't remember. I remembered his name. I remember which one he was. Oh, he's in Honkai. Okay, never mind. Okay. I see. Okay. Makes sense. Welt is in... Yeah, no. I know Welt's connection to it, but for some reason I thought Luocha was in Genshin. Question mark. Coffin guy, 100% not carrying Kallen's corpse around. Coffin guy, okay. I don't understand the significance of coffin guy yet, but we'll get there, I'm sure. So Kallen, for first outfit, I didn't really have a ton to say here. Not a ton to change. I feel like this is one of those ones where I could see that being like a well-executed 4-star design. If we're going to 5 stars, I could see that being a well-executed 4-star. Color palette, it's fine. I maybe want the hair to be like a tick or two in a different direction as far as color goes, but like undertone, but it's fine. Her silhouette, I fear that her silhouette, after having looked at a lot of other characters in this game, is maybe unfortunately not as distinct as it could be. I want more asymmetry. Her ladder is fantastically dangerous in every way that I could possibly want, but her hair could add more to her silhouette in potentially a beneficial manner. And she's too symmetrical, so that's probably gonna be the most points that get deducted from her. For complexity and clarity, I don't have any trouble. I actually can read her design visually without any trouble. I'm not having issues discerning one object from another, and I'm not visually overwhelmed. I think the balance of color works well for her and is a good way of handling that sort of mech pilot type suit. Works. Focal point for me, unfortunately I did have to make some changes to make the focal point work, because as is, just by default, I'm either looking around here or looking at her feet. I don't know if you guys feel similarly. Is that also the focal point for you? Because for me, I tend to look here. It's just there's so much more contrast happening around her torso than anywhere else. Even like her head is light on light with some blue. Yeah, the red does tend to draw the eye most. Red is such a hard color to work with in character design just because it can be so focal. Red is the highest chroma color. It's the reason it's in all those YouTube thumbnails. And it can be really hard to balance. Maybe if she had something larger that was red in her hair, that would help. But to me, maybe it just needs to be that they're pushing back those red tones, cool them off a little bit, make them less intense, and or make the hair have a slightly cooler undertone, so that way we've got all this blue happening up around the face that only happens around here. You've got the blue of the collar, blue of the eyes, blue of the hair. Could work. Yeah, bigger hair clip might work. Somebody said goggles. That could also be an option. Let me steal this red. If this hair clip was like, I don't know. She really does have the Evangelion reference, huh? She's got the plug suit hair clip. But like, if this was like this, almost like Miku hair clip scale, then we'd probably look to the face a little bit faster. Or similarly, goggles. I don't know if goggles would make sense for her, because I don't really understand what she does, question mark? Like, she's a gunslinger, so I'm not sure why she would need goggles unless they are like firing range, anti-shrapnel goggles of some sort? Maybe? Veil or something to bring the nun aspect. That'd be funny. If they were to give her like a sci-fi style like visor almost. Wait, that might be neat. What if they gave her a sci-fi style visor under here that like connected in here that almost functioned like a veil? Although I guess with nuns, they don't wear the veil over their face, do they? I think of... Do they? Hang on. I'm just messing around. It might be funny if she just had some sort of like transparent thing in here. This looks crazy. But a veil reference might be neat. Although that might have to go around her head. It's been a while since I've looked at a nun. Auto simp target? What? Been ages since I played this battlesuit. Does she even have another one? Because I think the note on the next one is that it's not... I don't think that's what I want. Nuns wear... When they wear their habit, it's like this, right? It's like a hood like this, and it goes across the forehead, right? I'm thinking, my only point of reference in my brain right now is the anime A Certain Magical Index. Rather the rain one. Only one is real... Oh, Kallen, I see. Visor, that amber clone of her? Maybe. But just anything that would be red in this area around the head. Whoops, hits the Windows button. Don't do that. Even if it's just like a classic sci-fi visor, would be good to get us to look in her face more readily. There we go. Normal. Yeah, I mean, that's neat. Not that that especially relates to the religion angle, but like, that might just be a neat thing to get us to look in the face. That actually helps me a lot to come to the head. Here. Buy a nickel for every clone that exists in Honkai Impact 3rd. There's a lot, it seems. There's a lot. There's maybe a lot of nickels. Full name's Otto Apocalypse if you couldn't tell he's evil. Yes, but there's another character with the last name Apocalypse who I didn't think was evil, so we'll figure that out. This girly, for focal point, unfortunately, you are not getting full points. Your head is making an attempt, but the red is just out-competing it, unfortunately. For content motifs, though, did I miss anything about her? There's a religious angle that I can see. I can't really get her personality maybe as clearly as I would like. But I think I'm picking up what they're putting down as far as her character goes, occupation-wise, like gameplay-wise, all of those things. If I missed anything, you're welcome to let me know, because that would impact this. But I think from what I'd read of the details Lance provided, I think I got everything? Girlfriend is the fox with strange ears? Well, I don't think I need to know that visually, at least. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5 out of 10? Does it tell you why Theresa's last name is Apocalypse? You'll hate Otto even more? Uh-oh. Oh no! Oh no. Okay, well, we'll find out. Well, 7.5 to get us started here, mayhaps. Not bad. Not as strong of a start as we had last time. Whoops, that's 110. That'd be a way worse grade. 7.5 out of 10 is by no means bad. Pretty average for character design, I would say. That battlesuit and story event, she's more of the spunky type. Really? Okay. If she's more of the spunky type, I wish her face and her hair was selling me on that more. I get the spunky type from, I've said too many K names. What is the other one? from the main girl, main character, Kaslana. I get the spunky vibe from her, but not from Kiana, sorry. Too many K names, my brain is, not maintaining all of them. They're slipping out of the holes in my skull. Like slime, like ooze, they're oozing out. I can only maintain so much knowledge in this big old brain of mine. Not as strong, maybe only a half point weaker. I want the spunkiness, maybe. Spunky, but kind of mature. Okay, I see. Yeah, White Comet. I feel like to get almost like a 9, if we were to just put this outfit but closer to Kiana's color palette on Kiana, with Kiana's hair and the silhouette that adds, and then solve some of these things that are happening with the red, a 9, maybe. It's not quite there. So there is also the second outfit, which is not really in the game, other than I think there's a reference. Appears in her tail is her in the nun outfit, which I can see the religious angle to it. I wish I understood why. Can anyone explain this to me? Why is it that when you have nun characters, they are so often paired with this particular weapon? Some kind of chain dagger or just chain whip, chain something? I should look into why that occurs, because characters that have any kind of religion, is it rosary beads? Flail? Maybe, I don't know. Because I know for some characters, like for Kurapika in Hunter x Hunter, it does read in like a rosary bead way. Train whips is a form of Oath of Judah, weaponized rosary beads, okay. Spears evokes the spear that pierces Jesus, okay. I will say, despite having a Roman Catholic upbringing, I don't retain any of that, unfortunately. Many of Theresa's battlesuits, Theresa's, use a cross as a weapon and has the same chain-like things. Ah, okay, I see. So this design for me is a little bit too low contrast for the most part. I do lose the skin against the white a bit. It's too monochromatic. It's not as visually interesting for me. It needs a little more variety visually, but it's fine. I can see what it is as far as being religious garb in some way. And it's not taking it so far that we're getting into like the sexy nun area, because I don't tend to be a fan of sexy nun. That's fine. It's all right. I'm spending a brief moment on it. 6th Serenade. This is like, feels like a Phantom Thief version of her. To me. This is from the Captain verse, which I am still not, that one I don't really have any form of understanding of the lore of any of that. I gleaned what I could from what Lance had written for us, but it's confusing. There's a lot going on there in some way. Ding ding ding, yippee! Okay, well that's good. That's good that I'm picking that up. This depicts the actual real Kallen. For captains, hidden, actually going against them, discovering corruption. Acts as a Robin Hood type figure. Okay, so I did get it. Losing against Fuhua in her Phoenix form and they fought in the war. Okay, so she fought another character we knew. I like this design. Once again, I feel like this has the same struggles as the other one, where there's some interesting things happening for silhouette that I appreciate. There's some minor amounts of asymmetry that I also appreciate from, you know, flowers offset on one side, mask on one side. The hair is still uninteresting to me, unfortunately. The hair needs a little bit more, and the face is still not focal. I'm having clarity issues between the inside of this, like, vest coattail and the socks, and I am, like, only looking at her legs, unfortunately. Like, the face is not even remotely in my field of view here, unfortunately. Historically, Kallen was a noble and a nun who put on this outfit to steal from the rich and give to the poor. I see. Plague Doctor Massamy, the original, were to beat up corrupt church officials selling indulgences to fund the Crusades. Ah. Story on a parallel world's alternate universe. Yeah. I like the vibes of this outfit generally, but I fear that this is still failing in the same areas, where the hair needs more interest, the silhouette is too symmetrical, and the focal point isn't working. The colors are nice, but the focal point just still isn't working. The back view. I know she still has a braid, and a braid's not a bad thing, but this is one of those things where I'm like, okay, could the braid not have come to sit over the shoulder in the rest pose, maybe? Maybe the braid is in the back because we're watching the character run around from the back the most, and therefore we get that little bit of interest watching it swing around. But I have seen characters in games that have braids where they have a rest pose where it sits over the shoulder, but when they move, it like, you know, moves around behind them, but when they come into their rest pose again, it sits over their shoulder again, because then it, you know, we're getting the best of both worlds out of it. I don't know, I think it's just a posing thing for me then. But, I don't know. I'm not grading this one, but I think this is something that might score similarly for me. I'm getting all of the conceptual basis for it, though, which I give them props for. They've done a good job selling me on, like, the Phantom Thief or, like, Robin Hood-esque character here with, you know, the mask. We're in some, like, gentlemanly garb. Looks like a thief in the night. Works for the most part, but could use a little better work on the focal point, potentially. Looking at an official image of her in this outfit kissing Sakura's hand in moonlight, it does work. Well, that's good. I'm glad it works. Ah, it keeps moving it. This is gonna keep happening, isn't it? And now we're on to the next character. How is her name said Theresa? Can I get a confirmation of that before I say it wrong for the entire rest of the stream? I might say, you may confirm it, and then I may continue to say it wrong. Like Mother Teresa? But here's the problem. There's people who say Mother Teresa's name is Mother Theresa. Or Mother Theresa. Teresa. Yeah, there's a couple ways I've heard it said. Teresa. Teriri. Did they just call her Terry? Maybe I'll just call her Terry. We're on first name basis now. I'm calling you by nickname. We've gotten to know each other a little bit over the last 2 days. I've looked at your image. Your name is now just Terry. Terry. Are these things they call her in the game? I'm gonna guess, potentially. There's also Teresa. Oh, wait, hang on. Yeah, there's other spellings, too. I wonder if that's what it is. Might depend on language of origin. I say Teresa because of Chinese voiceover. Oh, interesting. Okay. We'll just go with what I say, and we'll pretend that I'm either right or pretend that there's a lot of ways to say it. I say pretend, but we're not pretending. There's a lot of ways to say it. It's like a childish thing she says. Okay, so I don't even think that we can beat around the bush about it. She is definitely a nun, huh? Like, no two ways about it. She's a nun. I appreciate that they didn't go for the sexy nun thing. But unfortunately, when I look at her character, she's kind of one note for me. She is kind of just a nun. Is that it? Is she just a nun? She does seem like she might be, like, a little bit, like, pouty or childish from the way that she's standing. But conceptually, all I get is nun. Love her giant Wolfwood-esque cross. I hope she fires it like a gun or uses it like a blunt weapon. But that's really it. It's a little one note for me. Principal of a school, she's over 40 years old. Oh, is this the immortal who looks like they're like 12 trope? Is that what this is? They could have made it much worse if they went the sexy nun route. So I'll take it. Kinda, rip, okay. Default base weapon of lowest rarity. Oh, that's also unfortunate. Using it as a blunt weapon. Okay, wait, hang on. She's using it as a blunt weapon, but she has the skinniest, noodliest arms of all time. The role that I would guess for her, based on her being a nun, is I would guess that she is a healer or some sort of magic user. And that the cross is like, I don't know, like a focal for her spells or something, or if anything, she's using it to shoot magic. She is using it as a blunt weapon? Cross deploys and sends many gravitating blades around. Okay. Uses like floating blades in this suit? Cross is a turret. She has a gene of super strength. Okay. That's fine. I just wish I could see it more from her. I wish I could see it visually. She's this universe's Nahida. Okay. I see. Interesting. Cross is at least,
Let
I don't know if
Lord give
immortal.
us power.
Okay, that's true. Gary, are you converting to Catholicism as a result of Honkai Impact 3rd? That's fine. I support you whatever you do, son. Just be responsible and be kind, please. There aren't really healer supports or tanks in Honkai Impact 3rd. They're all different levels of DPS or DPS but with support. Okay, so is she a DPS with support? Maybe? Mid-range normal attacks, and in the ult she summons a range of spears forward and ult. Okay. So as long as she's not close range, that's probably fine. That's probably fine then. Okay. Has chains and spears inside. Kallen used that weapon too. Several ancient powerful weapons. Okay, I see. Oh, my hair cowlick is a reference to Kiana. As a reference to one of the characters that is here, I'm joining them in being white-haired baddies. I could give myself... Actually, can I? I might be able to give myself blue eyes. Not right now, because it'd take me too long to figure out how to do it tech-wise. But there's a way I can manipulate Poyomi shader inside of Vignon, so I could give myself blue eyes and forcibly become one of them, but I'm not gonna do it right this second. Maybe later. I should have done that for the thumbnail. That would have been funny. Okay, so I'm willing to accept... There we go, see, look, now I have blue eyes. Now you can't contest it. I am a Kaslana. For real, for real, for real this time. So, for her role in gameplay, as long as she's not front lines, I can kind of accept it. It's fine. If they don't really have, like, a true healer or support type character, that's fine. I'm willing to accept the role she plays in that. As far as story-wise, that trope of having the character that is real old but never ages, I can't fault them for the fact that she doesn't look her age because she's not meant to. But as a result, it's one of those tropes that makes it hard to grade on concept because she doesn't look like somebody who could be a principal, and she doesn't look like somebody who could hold much in the way of a position of power as a result. It's that kind of thing, but that's fine. That's a lore reason, I guess, for her looking that way. Genetic experiment, clone of Kallen with monster DNA? Oh lordy. Was only one of hundreds of the same clone who refused to murder during testing. Otto was so shocked he adopted her as his granddaughter. Oh my god, Kallen, what? That's unfortunate. That's not good. Not good for her. So I guess that's why there's so many of them. Now we have clones. There's nothing visually to tell me that she's a clone, I guess, other than knowing that she looks like the others. For silhouette, I will say the nun habit does do good things for silhouette, as does the giant cross on her back. I wish her skirt had more shape to it, or maybe had more design, but I know that for religious figures, having clothing that is not over embellished is a sign of, you know, humility and being humble and gratefulness and all of those things, where it is better to wear plain clothing in Christianity often, or Catholicism. So I don't think I can hate on her for that if they're drawing from those as the reference point for the reason she's dressed the way she is. It's a little bit embellished, but not a ton. Yeah, I don't know. Lance, was Theresa's dress here meant to be for Kallen originally? I forget. Theresa's? I don't know. Is it? Theresa's comedic relief and she behaves like an adult. She's just silly. Honkai Clone Wars. Do they have the Clone Wars saga? Do they write an entire TV show with 3D animation for this saga? Honestly, I don't have a problem with the 40-year-old child trope of the character sexualized, also as like an adult. No idea of how she is. Yeah, no, right now, visually, this is fine for me. Like, I think the peak for me in terms of characters that I hate that trope for is Noe from Fire Emblem Awakening. I don't like her. I don't like that trope for her is bad. The fact that she, in that game, can have kids with other characters despite looking like she's like 14 maximum and being in like skimpy clothing and being very childish. Weird. Really weird. This seems fine. At least this one is. Unfortunately, a few of her battlesuits are revealing. Okay, I don't like that. That was the problem I have with Nahida when we looked at Genshin, was that Nahida also, for being a character, even though maybe she doesn't act like a child fully, she looks like one enough that it should make you uncomfortable to look at somebody who looks like that and see how short of a skirt she was wearing and all that. It was weird. I don't know. Like, Noe's a character reclassed into mage instantly after getting her every time. Oh, because doesn't mage change her outfit into something that's less revealing? It puts her in the, like, full-length clothing. I love that for her. Please do, please do. Still so strange, though. Yep, okay, that's good. I don't hate her as, like, a person. Her personality is fine. It's just the way that the story treats her is unsavory for me. So now I'm a little concerned looking towards the future of this character. Silhouette-wise, it's okay. It stands out against the other characters in the game, so I will give her points for that. Let's do a ladder test here fast quick. And I don't have a ton of clarity issues here either, thankfully, so I don't really know if I have a ton to change. Her little boots kind of sit right at the same line as her dress. These things add a little. She is completely symmetrical, but this is one of those cases where I think that's fine. I think for somebody who's wearing religious garb, being completely symmetrical, you know, often religion can be used as something to contextualize things like order and alignment and, you know, putting things together, you know, combining pieces of somebody's life to provide something that is stable and grounding. So symmetry tends to give us a similar feeling, so that might be fine. I can accept that from her at the very least. Not from everyone by any means, but for characters that are designed to be religious figures, I think that's okay. Love the overworked overseer theme. New astral ring, no battlesuit is really nice though. Ah, so maybe we'll see it then. You redesigned the dress, the symbol of the school. Ah, okay, I was gonna ask about that, because I was gonna say that the only thing that keeps this from being too under-designed for me is the fact that there is at least some repeating motif of these ear cogs, and then she has it on her chest too. I think that's the only thing that's adding enough visual interest for me. It's like that. I'm not really counting her cross towards her ladder. Elysia, thank you for following. Also, Phaetheon, thank you for following. Sorry, I missed that. I haven't looked at my overlay in a second. Sorry about that. That would be Shiksal's logo. Oh, is it? Huh? Not part of any religion. It's an organization which wears holy garments. So, if they're wearing holy garments, then are you saying that because since they are only wearing the holy garments and they are not also acting in a manner that coincides with, you know, the tenets of order and stability and like all of those things that we use to validate there being symmetry? Does the order not stand for those things? They're standing for the Holy Roman Empire though. Okay, but if they're standing for the Holy Roman Empire, then I would switch back to saying maybe it's fine. What is the case we're making here? Are we making an argument for her symmetry being acceptable or not? Based on your knowledge of the context of the character. It's clear that I don't have enough here. Organization, they're an organization which used Valkyries to fight the monsters. 500 years ago, Otto overthrew the Holy Roman Empire and the Vatican. Just the lore. Okay, wait, so we're not making a... I need the lore in order to know which direction this goes in, because it doesn't affect the grade. Do they stand for things like order and like things that would make sense of the symmetry or not? Or does her character stand for those things or not? Otto's the bishop, has the highest authority. Stopped leaving the church after they burned Kallen, kept the aesthetics. Remember, the Holy Roman Empire wasn't that holy in history. That's also true. If they're making a historical reference, then maybe I will allow that. I'm not gonna think too hard about it here then. Is their family crest on her necklaces? Okay. They secretly rule the world in a sense. God, he actually did kind of do this. Oh, I see. Dullahan, no body. Thank you for following. What are you then if you're a Dullahan with no body? There's nothing. No head with no body? Huh? Question mark? Interesting. Otto's using religious manipulation, but Theresa's a lot more genuine. Okay. All right. So then I'm gonna leave it and say fine. That's fine. Let me undo my ladder though, because we had a wrong layer event accidentally. I'm gonna say it's fine. Her eyes being the only thing that's blue does help me focally to make her face a little more of a focal point, but unfortunately, there being so little color in her design, the gold of her symbols on the front of her habit here is just too distracting for me. Her face isn't fully working as the focal point as it should be. I guess these are, you guys said, symbols of the school, so they may be important lore-wise, but I still think the face should be a little bit more focal. And I'm wondering if we should, if there could be something, just, I don't know, anything on her head. Whoops, that's the line tool. Something on her head in any way that could add that yellow up here, because by dispersing the yellow more throughout the design, it becomes less important that it's down there. And then we'll also add a little bit of asymmetry because we just want a little bit of it maybe. You know, they're the Holy Roman Empire. Something slightly crown adjacent, something of that sort, I don't know. But just so that this symbol is repeated and it becomes less important where it is down there. You know? Maybe this isn't the correct solution, but it is an idea at least. Watched it on YouTube for a long time, but only today I realized I wasn't following on Twitch. Fixed it. Hell yeah. I've been enjoying. There's not school. Hi, Rain Daniel. Also, hello. Did a lot of things. Blue is all Kaslana. Yeah, no, so I know the blue eyes are fine. Blue eyes are good. We just need something else that brings us into the face, even if it's just pushing back that gold or putting more gold around the head. We just need something, because the blue is doing some of the work that we need it to make the face focal, but it's not all the way there, unfortunately. Wait, no, Ceiling's playing. I love the song. Bop. Nope. Realize I never gave the St. Freya School an official logo emblem, did they? No? Oh, okay. So, this design, for me, let's come back here. We can start grading. Where's my thingamabob? There we go. For me, color palette-wise and concept-wise, I think she's just a little too one-note, unfortunately. It's just somewhat uninteresting. And for the focal point, I don't look at her face. I look at the emblem on her clothing. It's important, which is why I'm not going to take all the points off, but I just wish her face was a little bit more focal, and they need to distribute that gold color more throughout the rest of the design. Oh, it's the Shiksaw logo? I just misspoke. Okay. I see, I see. Complexity versus clarity. Her being a little underdesigned, I think makes sense if we're pulling from religious attire, so I don't think I can take points off for that. Because I said earlier, if you are designing a character who is meant to be, you know, of the humble sort, as many people who, you know, don the garments are, I think I can take points off for that, because they shouldn't make it over-designed, because that would go against the religious tropes they're trying to visually convey. School's connected to Shiksaw originally, so it makes sense they share the logo. Okay, I see. Point of her character back then too, not the main focus, more like an NPC. She became important later on. Ah, okay. For the little nun, I think the underdesigning is fair. Okay. I was going to guess, this might also be fine as like a 4-star type design, and that may be accurate then. And for Silhouette's fine. It stands out against all the other characters in the game so far. Really, my points I'm taking off is because she's lacking a little bit of interest, unfortunately. So what do you have here? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10? I think that's fair for her. She's just lacking a little bit in the interest department. Does feel like a 4-star, but it seems like that may be par for the course here. Wait, was it, did I say 8.5 or 8? 2, 4, 5, 6, yeah, just 8. There we go. 8 out of 10. Oh yeah, she's an A rank. She released as a 4-star, aka A rank. Oh wait, how do the ranks work in this game? Somehow we didn't talk about that last time. A rank, is it that 4 stars are A rank, not 5 stars, but like the highest rarity is S rank then maybe? Go by letters, okay. That's funny, somehow we didn't discuss that last week. I somehow completely missed that. And take off her veil in game, not sure that improves the focal point. Taking her veil off actually I think would remove points for me. I think the veil is helping her head to be more focal and is also adding to her silhouette in a way that she needs. Without it, I think she would actually lose points, unfortunately. Starter characters, Kiana, Bronya, May, or B rank, then A to S. Okay. BAS can evolve to SS and SSS. Oh, okay, I see. I love that the solution to ranks above S is just add more S's. More S's! Himiko also has a B rank suit. We probably looked at Himiko's B rank. Was that her starting one? Are there base ranks? You can upgrade all to SSS. Really? All of them can go to SSS. That's interesting. I kind of like that as from a mechanic standpoint. It does make it harder to maybe pick and choose which characters meta-wise you should be working with. Yeah, just changing the stats. That's fine if it's just changing the stats. But I kind of like that they're allowing there to be a path for technically any character to still be viable. That's neat as far as gameplay goes. Meta's meaningless. I like meta being meaningless. I am not a meta kind of gamer. I like the character that I like. Hi! Hi, Ionozora! Different tiers of S tier. Oh god. We're gonna confuse me. It's like whenever there's like a tier list, Fire Emblem Heroes was the worst for this. There'd be tier lists for it, for like what each unit's like meta usefulness was, but because all of those units were based on how you build them, there were certain builds that were better than others, and certain builds that were equal to others, and certain builds were better in some use case than others, and they eventually were like, okay, well here's A rank and S rank, but these characters don't just become A rank because there's better characters in them, so now we add another rank and it's SS, and now we add an SSS rank, and now we add like, that game was so hard to play. That game was so hard to build characters for. It was so difficult. I hope that this game is not as complicated. And I know that there's some thoughts about builds also when we get into like Honkai Star Rail and the funny equipment stuff they have. I heard vaguely of the suffering. I hope this game is safe from the suffering when it comes to building characters to be usable. Please, I beg, I hope. From S to SS, there's S1, S3. Okay, I see. That's funny, this auto-saved. Let's see. Twilight Paladin! Yeah, I don't know how... She looks a little older here, which is maybe beneficial in this version. The silhouette goes crazy. I like this really exaggerated... I don't even know what it is. Is this her cross still? The exaggeration is really neat. Also, the asymmetry of her skirt is also really neat. I don't know if I like the fact that she kind of still looks like a kid, but not fully. She looks a little bit older to me, which makes it less unsavory. How short her skirt is could be uncanny. Definitely helps choose her signature weapon. Ah, I see. Blades in her dress is her weapon. I see. Genshin's one invented making upgrades difficult. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good. But things I like here. Asymmetry. Good variety of shape languages as well. We're contrasting soft, billowing, flowing fabric with sharp points on the other side of the dress. It's neat. I'm getting a little bit of a clarity trouble because so many of these blue tones are so similar. But once again, her face, because it's framed by darker and bluer objects, it becomes a moment of rest. So I am actually brought to her face pretty quickly. I would say that this may be better in most ways than her base outfit. It's not over-designed. I'm having just maybe a little bit of clarity stuff with the blues, but I would say this is a step up. This is a cool iteration of her. Still a little bit of the cross motif, yeah. Top of the weapon. I think it's also on her collar, so we're not losing it entirely. Maybe I wish it was a tad more prevalent, or that some of the other symbols from her previous iteration were here. I think the trouble I would have playing this game is looking at this character and trying to figure out which Kaslana it is, or looking at any of them and trying to determine which one it is, because the other ones at least have like, okay, one is a braid, the other one has the funny little hair swoop I have. This one has pigtails, question mark? Does that become the thing? Terry's short. I guess she's short. Short is her, okay. But the character's only defining trait being that she's short compared to the other two isn't fantastic. Like, we should have clearer determiners between who is who. And it can be in, you know, having super distinct hairstyle. Maybe one of them has a really specific mole on their face or freckles or something. Maybe there's a scar. Like, there's things that we can add to the characters without diminishing their similarity to each other that just give them enough little hints that all combined together makes it clear who it is. So at the beginning there was only Kiana and then Theresa. People are introduced them over the years. I guess that's fair. But at the same time, if they are introducing them over years, they could still give them better distinction, for me at least. I don't know. Just pull the equipment and it's guaranteed in 60 pulls in the game. The Valkyrie's guaranteed at 90 pulls. There's a lot of power creep even if it's less than there since part 2. Ah, I see, okay. 2 male Kaslanas we know are a lot easier to tell apart. Which is the second male Kaslana? We talked about Kevin. Was that the Siegfried ancestor? Itches my head. I hate that you can tell everything I do. You can tell if I itch my ear when I'm streaming. You can see it. I become too aware. It's almost like I still have a face cam on sometimes. Siegfried's Kiana's dad. Do we see that one? Okay, so good memory here on my part. Yippee! Okay. I guess, but him being a dad and then Kevin, they're gonna look pretty different just because of age, potentially, right? We'll see. Anyways, this outfit mostly works for me. Just a little bit of clarity issues, and visual distinction between her and the other blonde-haired, blue-eyed baddies, but it's not too bad. Scroll through again. I wish it would stop jumping me back in time. What do you have here? Luna Kindred. This one I remember seeing. I think I used Did I use this one on the cover? I can't remember. I think I used one that was not her default one for the cover image, but I don't remember. Kevin usually has the anime mom hair? What? Is he really? What do you mean? Now that is Captain Verse. Okay. Siegfried's sadly not on the dock. He barely shows him the game. That's fine. That's okay. This is one's what we affectionately call Luna. Okay. Let's see. She's in a spaceship in the Captain Verse, I'm guessing. I like her facial expression. The silhouette is good. It's too symmetrical for me once again, so it is a step back. The color design is okay. The face is still not especially focal, though, when I'm looking at her. Whoops, hang on, come back here. Why? Oh, I know why it's doing that. If I go like this and then go here, yeah, it'll put me in the right spot. Her face isn't as focal as it could be. For once, keep the eyes blue. Just keep her eyes blue. Why are they made to be not blue? Do not save. Keep her eyes blue. That's all I want. That would make it so that her face would be much more focal. That's all I think it needs. Design's kind of mid, not bad, just don't like her bangs. I don't mind the bangs. She does feel kind of stereotypical vampire to me, unfortunately, also maybe. Where I feel like vampire, like, comes from sharp shape language, sort of flowing colors. She's a vampire? Honkai Beast, okay. I see. Yeah. But she feels like a very, almost, not to say generic, but she feels like kind of like a stock standard vampire to me. Which is where I want some sort of variety. Also, let her have her blue eyes still, please. I feel like that is the number one thing that's gonna make her face focal still. I know that vampires don't usually have blue eyes, but I think she needs that. I've just given her slit pupils? Yeah! Like, if we really need to make her a vampire, why can't we go, like... I gotta fill this in so I can give her a slit pupil. Kitty cat eye, look at that. Blue eyes makes it less cliche. Are you saying that facetiously? Are you being sarcastic? I think the trouble still stands here in some way, but I think it is at least a step in the right direction. Does work, actually. Blue eye meme. Oh no, have I given her the blue eye stare? I kind of have, haven't I? No, I mean it. Oh, okay. No tone indicator. Is tough sometimes. There we go. I love when you make a character that's like a demon have like the kitty cat eyes. Look at her. That's kind of creepy. I feel like I'd need to move one of the eye highlights over it so it's not as scary. Like if I go like this. There we go. Essentially like Vivian from ZZZ mixed with Branya. We're onto something? Are you picking something up here? I feel like kitty cat angle for vampire would be less cliche. It's more visually interesting to me. The face becomes more focal. Maybe having like little flecks of this blue then more throughout the design so it's less monochromatic would also be beneficial. And then we can also pull some of these cross elements a little bit more forward. Because I feel like they're falling into the backdrop just a little bit too much for me. I want them to come back. But yeah. Gothic Lolita vampire archetype every time I eat that she up. That is fair. I could see that. But honestly, I feel like that's all this skin needs for me to, or not skin, this battlesuit needs for me to be more favorable towards it. And then if we were to look at the full body version, give me that blue and maybe like a gradient inside of her dress or something. Just because it feels, once again, as far as the color goes, just too one note for me. Like, she's got all these darker red areas out here. Maybe we do just like a subtle color shift at the bottom edges of them, just to add a little more color depth. Here, I'll blend them out in a second. You'll see what I'm talking about. You'll see what I mean. It's not gonna be overwhelming. I just want a little. Just want a little. I think this is what I did for ZZZ too, where I ended up getting bored with how much of their designs just had like flat black in them that didn't have any tonal variation in the undertone. You can make shaders that have more undertone variation. She drinks her sister's blood, which is Kallen in this world. This is taking place in a different verse, Captain verse. She's a typical vamp, literally. Ah, okay, I see. It's out of pocket since I'm not familiar with Honkai Impact 3rd. What's your favorite Hydro character design? Oh god, is that a Genshin question? I have not played Genshin Impact. I don't even know if I remember Toxic trait making character designs adding black everywhere. I don't think that's toxic. I think that most designs benefit from having a neutral in them. And if not, having two neutrals in them. I think having black and white in designs is often for the better because it provides areas of visual rest where color design is a factor. Let me blur these out and just see if this works the way I wanted it to. But I think that when you're using black or white in a design, you still have to pay close attention to how the color undertone is working, because I think that is where things end up feeling boring as a result of using neutrals. You can have really interesting, very neutrally colored designs because we're getting the interest from the undertone as opposed to contrast or something else. Reminds me of a bomb pot in a positive way. What? Hang on, I'm not done yet. This isn't what I want this to look like. It's not there yet. I just have to clean it up because I blurred a little too excessively. There, okay, normal, color, and then if I go like this and make them almost fade into purple. You see what I'm doing there? Do we see how that's also pushing the focal point? Honestly, I could probably even go like this up in here. Hang on. Nope. And here, too. Because right now, for me, the focal point when I see the whole body, the focal point is this area in here, where this red is. And all we need to do to knock this back is just give it a little bit of more of like a purple color to it, maybe? Like that. So then where it's bolder up here around the face, let me airbrush some of that out so it at least comes to a little bit of that full color at the bottom. But then, yeah, the inner dress. Now they're fading a little bit more, which makes it a little bit more visually interesting in the color design for me. It's a little less overwhelming visually. Really wish you made a tier list of ZZZ characters. I'll eat that up. Hey, guess what we're doing next week? Funny you say that. Guess what we're doing next Thursday? We are staying in the hoyoverse next week. Guess what? Guess what we're doing next Thursday? I bet you can't guess. She looks like a cake now. I don't think she looks like a cake. What do you mean? I don't think she looks like a cake. She's judging you while you scribble her dress? No, she's not. I think she's in support of what I'm doing. I think she likes it. I think it works well for her. I think she's on board. Heck yeah? Yeah! Don't worry, with my memory, I'll definitely be unable to guess. Oh. Yeah. In all likelihood, next Thursday. Monday, we'll have to see. Monday, I might not be able to stream. We'll have to see. But next Thursday, if we can't stream Monday, we'll be on Tuesday. But next week, Thursday, we are doing a tier list for ZZZ. I like taking a tier list break between each series. It's kind of nice. It gives me a little bit of a break, and then we get to go on a trip down memory lane back to something we talked about a long time ago, and I finally get to talk about the characters everybody wanted me to talk about from each series. And theoretically, maybe ZZZ will release a character next week, and then everyone can freak out when I don't get to review them. Because they release it like the day after I do the stream. But anyways, this design, it's close. It's so close, but it's not there. It just needs a little more. Just give me a little more color. It's fine if we want it to be like the cliche, that's okay. But just give me a little bit of something to make her more distinct, right? Looks better like this too, reduces the contrast in her skirt and redirects eye upwards. Yeah, that's the goal. Oh, when I was putting the blue in, it first looked like a cake. I see, I see. When it was like full saturation before I turned it down, yeah. Let me save this. This, I think, is pretty good. I like the kitty cat eye thing. Speaking of Final Fantasy, one of my favorite Sephiroth things. They give him cat eyes. Amazing you could add those changes so quickly. I got a little practice. I've got a little practice. I've been doing this for 11 months, apparently. When I go too crazy with my head, it does lose tracking. Okay. Let's see. Other outfit. This one. I thought this one was really cute. I really like the color design for this outfit. It's hard to see them in these renders, but I liked the color design where we're getting teals and greens and purples and stuff like that. This is one of those more monochromatic, I guess this is analogous, really. This is cute. I like this. That is the Chinese general. Yeah, wait, I remember reading in your thing here that this is a reference. Story is a fan favorite lore-wise. She's Honkai's version of, I don't know how to say that. Juge Konming? Oh boy. I'm trying my best. Three Kingdoms. In fact, she was introduced literally as a giant reference to that whole era, particularly populated to her story event called The Day You Vanished with the Stars. Interesting. Event compared to Steins Gate. Okay, cool. I like the interpretations of her across all iterations here. Just call her Kongming. Okay, I see. I think Genshin released around the same time this came out. Could be wrong. Oh, interesting. Okay, I see. This design, the color design, I find to be very interesting. I enjoy it a lot. It does sort of have the classic split thing in the back. It's maybe also just a little too symmetrical for me in a way that I don't know if I can validate here, but it is cute. I want more from her hair. She at least has a hair accessory. This I think is probably still in like the 8, if not 9 region for me. Maybe 9, something like that. Signature cross a traditional Chinese stringed instrument. Oh, interesting. Okay. Credits to the guy that took the screenshots with the cool poses. Lance. Lance, were the poses intentional? You're getting complimented for your screenshots having poses. It's not a signature weapon on the dock. Her signature is the zither. Oh, okay. I see. Interesting. Hey, we don't do that here. Thank you for following, but I am safe for work shroom. I'm say so. I don't know what you're doing around these parts. Interesting. Covers her chest and her idol. I had to. Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense, Lance. Characters really feel alive when you can see their idols on the home screen. Wrong account. I'm sorry. That's okay. Gave me a laugh at least. Interesting. I don't know what you're doing around these parts. Gabby pointed it out, especially since a lot of them pull out props. Oh, okay, I see. Wait, it's you? Are you guys having a recognition moment? Have you all met in other lives in other places? I like this outfit. Anyways, taking place a different verse, once again, Captain verse. Yeah, all Terry variants do the arm cross pose. Oh, okay, and that does hide a lot of the chest area, unfortunately, for us when we're trying to look at character design, which is not helpful. Come back here, there we go. It's defaulting us to wherever I had it selected. This is the one that I put on the cover. This is the one I put on the cover. Just when I say you're cool AF, love your vids. Oh, thank you, I appreciate it. You only follow those kinds of people and Iiji. Thank you. Glad you enjoy them. Luna, is this the other Luna? This is the one I had on the cover for it because this had the best high resolution image. Weapon class, cross, but wields dual chainsaw. So I also put this one on the cover because how cool is that? I like that they're kind of leaning into potentially her having like the twin tail as her hairstyle. Same Luna, just grown up. The chainsaw is so cool. What the heck? Once again, I want the same things from this as I want from the other Luna design. Give me the blue eyes with the slit pupils. Give me the blue and the undertones. But I like that the roses have moved onto the dress. I like there's a little bit of asymmetry happening in her hair also. Giant chainsaw is so cool. Her ult turns a chainsaw into scissors? What the heck? That's crazy. This is sick. I love the exaggeration of this. I will give props where props is due to this game, specifically on the fact that they are not afraid to exaggerate the heck out of the weapons and the skirts, and I appreciate it. I appreciate that. I wish they'd do the same for the hair, but I am so happy. And also the fact that even though they do tend to repeat similar kinds of skirts, it's not the same as the way like Genshin or Honkai Star Rail does it, where they don't exaggerate nearly as much. This is so like bubbly compared to some of the others. Like there's a good amount of variety still between characters in the way they're exaggerating their costumes, and I'm here for it. I appreciate it. I think this is the same grade as Luna gets, which is just give me some blue, give me another color in here, give me something that makes this red area less distracting. And I will say this pose right now is not doing great things for clarity, unfortunately. There is a lot of stuff overlapping that is similar in value and hue and many other things. It's okay. I also saw somebody say only follow shrooms. There is a person on Twitter who I think is just that. They don't have that as their name, but they will post not always once a day, but often once a day, what mushroom themed VTubers are live, and it's very funny every time I see it. I'm like, oh, thanks. Trying hard not to complain about the sword. The sword is maybe just a little too much. There's a lot of banding. The names in this game, there's like Mario in the opening of Nier Automata's minigames. What? That's wild. Oh, so hang on, what with the Discord? Something else in the Discord? My Discord right now is broken. It has some overlay thing it wants me to look at that won't go away, and I can't hit the X. Oh, extra Kallen appearance as a boss. Okay, in the maid outfit. That's sexy nun. I don't like that. Image order appearance. Oh, Otto. Oh, okay. And interesting outfits. Oh, part 2 of the overworld design for Terry. Has Schicksal, head of Schicksal here. Okay, interesting. This looks more professorly. I actually like this one a lot, even though we're getting worse clarity. Hang on. I just want to see this one real quick. The red is nice, if a little distracting. I wish this color was maybe up in the center of the hairpiece, but I am getting a scholarly angle from this as well as the nun aspect. They're doing just enough with mimicking the nun's habit on her head. This works quite well for me, surprisingly. This is one of the better designs I've seen. The only thing here still is just, I need more contrast between the clothing and the skin, but this is so close. This is so close for me. I like this one a lot. I'm keeping this. I'm gonna hold on to this. And then, what did Lance send? YouTube link. What is this? Oh, for seeing her attacks. Ah, I see. You can hear her make her sound effects in the background, perhaps. Invasion time slow, okay. Interesting. That's actually the most of the combat for this game I've actually seen. Oh, classic mobile game combat. Oh, classic mobile game combat. Pretty sure she's wearing a mesh shirt under her dress. Oh, so that's not helping with the clarity here, unfortunately, is it? Because then it's blending her skin tone with the clothing tone. Oh, you're probably right. It does look like she's wearing that. It's not great for clarity. It's one of those things where, like, all I need is just, like... Just give me, like, more drop shadows under things. I know drop shadows are hard for certain engines. But just, like... Give me, like... that so I can see the overlap. Give me this so I can see that there's more overlap. Give me... this so I can see that there's an overlap. The hair goes dark enough for me that I don't have overlap issues with it. Oh, and look, we are bringing the braid around the front this time. Nice. Slightly different color in her face. Yeah. It was made in Unity. You can do it in Unity. You can do drop shadows in Unity. That's possible. I've done it. I've done it. They've done it for their other games also, haven't they? Maybe it's just because this one's old that they don't have that in the tech worked out. But, like, that might just be enough for me to discern that those are different objects. Maybe that's all I need. Honestly, maybe even I would want to push the back of her hair darker. Still too right against the collar and against where her skin is. But it's so close. This one is so close for me. This almost is one of my favorite ones we've seen, but I just want, like, drop shadows. Drop shadow, please. Also, if real drop shadows don't work, you cheat them using cheating shadows is peak game dev tradition. Exactly! I have a ton of, most of my shadows are cheated. My, like, shadows under my arm are cheated. They're just textured on. I think Genshin does that very well in their, props where props is due. Genshin does it very well. They just darken textures on the insides of things and underneath of things to give them contact shadows. It works. This is a part 2 era design. Oh, okay, wait. So this actually makes me less worried about part 2. Maybe if slightly. Interesting. Yeah, they could put it directly in the texture, maybe. Interesting. Okay. Let me come back here. This design's fine. Are we on to our next character yet? Hang on. So, potentially. Let me look. Who was I supposed to be looking at? We gotta jump ahead. We may come back for Yae Sakura if we have time. I gotta get to my thumbnail, fellas, because we've not looked at... No, we only looked at one of them so far. We'll come back for her. We'll also come back for Durandal, probably. I need to jump us ahead significantly. Here we go. Here's where I needed to jump to. Elysia. I can tell she's important. We got a whole page of text about her, if not more. Miss Pink Elf herself. Here she is. So we'll open her up and look at her. Lesbian Jesus. Guys, my comments for the last stream were full of lesbian Jesus. If I visually look at her, I am not even getting religious things. I see the elf aspect from the ears. I'm not even getting anything particularly religious about her visually by looking at her. Is a story thing more in lore? Okay, but like I want to know something about her just from what she looks like, maybe. The other battlesuit? Oh, okay. If it's the other battlesuit, okay. We'll look for it more there then. This design. We're gonna actually grade this design this time. A little bagpipe I'm hearing? What is that? That's not a bagpipe. Is that? Maybe it's just a fiddle or something. This is her incognito look. Okay. She dies for our sins. Good for her. I appreciate it. I think we as humanity are, I don't know if we're deserving of that. A weird synth? Okay. It might be a weird synth. I have bagpipe trauma. I've had to hear too much bagpipes in my lifetime. Soon she'll be in Honkai Star Rail, probably. Canonically runs a beauty channel. I did see something that referenced that maybe there is a variant of her coming to Honkai Star Rail. Maybe. Stunned by Honkai Impact 3rd music. Happens a lot. Yeah. Gimmick isn't really religious. It's more so being way too positive and nice and loving all of humanity. Ah, I see. So, for this design, visually, I'm not quite sure what her arm is doing, but I think she is asymmetrical. In her clothing, at least. Have you heard too many bagpipes? In what context? In the several places I've lived, I lived somewhere where they would practice. I lived near a school where they would practice. I don't know what the song's called. It's the dun 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 dun. That one. They would play that song because the students would learn to play it. I lived near it, and I would have to hear them do that every spring and every fall. The same song over and over and over again. And you have to play bagpipes outside. That's not an indoor type instrument. You play that outside, and it's loud, and it echoes, and it bounces off buildings, and bounces and rolls across the hills, and you can't escape it. You're in the grocery store, you hear the bagpipes. You are in your bed at night, and some kid has decided they're practicing bagpipes. You are trying to do anything outside, and there are bagpipes. She's also a Hersher, the Hersher of human ego. Sole reason Honkai hasn't destroyed the world before our protagonists are born. Yeah, wait, so I did read her lore, but I do gotta give you the cold read first. I do know what she's about, though. My cold read was that I had assumed, based on looking at her, and I think I was doing this in almost like a Star Trek manner, I assumed she was some sort of, like, bridge pilot. Maybe. And I think that was because she's got this dark top going into a lighter shirt. And some of the things that are happening on her design, to me, looked like they may vaguely be referencing wings. But this is one where I was like, okay, this seems like almost like wing-like. This seems wing-like. If not, it's plants trying to mimic a wing. So I was thinking, okay, maybe she is some sort of captain or pilot of some sort. But, you know, in like the fancy, wearing a bikini sort of style of outfit. But I was kind of at a loss for figuring out what her gameplay role is. Her personality, I think I am being manipulated by other pink-haired characters, and that I was like, okay, maybe she's kind of flirty in some way? I don't know. It's more subtle here. Okay. Probably are wing elements in her design. She's meant to be angelic. Oh, interesting. Uses a bow. Second rank in her team. Founded an organization of heroes who failed to save the world. Yeah, so I know about the history of her. She's very flirty. Okay. If we're gonna dress the character sexy, I at least am glad that they didn't make it the character who is like really shy and reserved. That tends to drive me a little bit nutty. When it's like, this character's so shy, she keeps to herself, she's introverted, she doesn't like a lot of attention, and then they're like, but her tatas and her thighs and tummy are fully out. I don't like that trope. For her, at least, seems fine. As far as battle goes, you guys are saying she's an archer, which makes me a little more accepting of the skin being revealed. If I could describe her, it would be sinless. Oh, okay, I see. Opposite of shy. Okay, good. She looks like she'd be a bolder kind of character, which I think I'm also getting from her color design as well. So that makes sense. Very aggressive. Makes a deal with May to let her touch her horns. Oh, May's horns. Yes, okay, I see. Yeah. So, okay. I'm picking it up. I see what's going on here. Kind of. Once again, don't know why shorts make sense. I know that this entire series is immune to putting people in pants for the most part, but they just did it for the Phantom Thief version of Kallen, so like, why not just commit to pants? Why not? Because for me, right now, we're talking focal point. Her face is very focal. The pink hair works quite well. Similar to having a red hair character, pink works really well. You get a really bright color next to a moment of rest, which is the face. So it is going to draw us in, especially given the fact that the pink doesn't appear anywhere else throughout the design. And I think this is a better way of handling characters that are in more monochromatic palettes, is at least make their hair a different color than what else is in their palette to add that extra hint of interest in the color design. But this is very Genshin in the color design. It is black, white, a metal, and a color. And secondarily, there isn't really one color that is visually, proportionally the greatest color here. You want to have a color hierarchy. You want to have a character that has a design where it's like, okay, 60% white, 30% black, 10% purple or something. But as far as visual space goes, the black maybe is slightly more than the white, and then the purple follows after, but they're taking up very similar amounts of visual space, which makes it a little visually confusing for me. In just the sense of, once again, I think I need more drop shadows or something. It's a little tough. She did come out shortly after Genshin. Okay, that was gonna be my educated guess, was that this is a more recent design for her, because she seems like she is slightly over-designed in the way that they tend to be. I'm glad there's not a lot of patterning, but I just wish there would have been a stronger color hierarchy here. She also, despite the fact that she has some elements that are affecting her silhouette, it's not as exaggerated, and the asymmetrical elements aren't impacting the silhouette as much as maybe they could be, unfortunately. Let's do a ladder. I think she'll be fine with a ladder test. I really don't have any concerns with her in that manner. But let's just try anyway. Oh, hang on. Zoom out for a second. None of that is really adding anything in particular for me. That's diagonal. Her sleeve does something. I can't really tell what's happening on that side, but I think she's a tassel that would be adding. Hang on, this needs to be a little higher. Her eyes and her hair kind of on the same line. Top of her head, and then her accessory kind of has like that directionality to it. So like, can I have a ladder? I'm accepting donations right now. Ellie ladder? Ellie ladder. Peak music? Yeah, it kind of is a bop. I'm waiting with open arms. I can't really catch those ones very easily though. Try again. Ow, thanks. I'd climb that. Sure you would. Sure. Yeah, thank you for ladder. Ow, you did spear me in the back of the head with that one. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, you're going. Are you proud of me? I caught two. Look at me. I'm getting better every day. The ladder. Sure. I don't think this is a climbable ladder, so I don't know what you're talking about. I would say this is very much not a climbable ladder, especially when we get up here. Come on now, I'm clean. I'll let you go today out of your generosity, but I'm watching you. I got an eye on you. A lot of people criticize her for being too much of a Mary Sue. Really? This character? In what manner? Is she just too perfect? Why is she a Mary Sue? No, not the Who me? Best use of that emote. Who me? Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. They try to insist she's too perfect, or she's a perfect human. Ah, I see. Pink is the main color of the Honkai energy that is the eldritch radiation that kills billions and destroys the world. This is from me. She's the sole exception to the rule that pink kills. Ah, okay, she's actually perfect. Very sure of herself mostly and has love for everyone. Ah, okay. A character without flaws, unfortunately. Okay, I see. It happens sometimes. I would say flawed characters are much more interesting to us often as people who are viewers of said media, consumers of said media. Yeah, every once in a while you can have a character that doesn't, maybe. She had an insecurity where she doubts her own humanity, though. Oh, okay, there we go. Toss something in. There we go. Flavor. We need that. We need that variety. We need that imperfection in her. Good. I'm glad to have it. Appears flawless for the most part. Ah, okay. I see. So, for grading her, I can kind of start already, because the troubles that I have with her, I don't actually have a solution that I can propose, because focal point, I'm looking at her face. Silhouette, I want a little bit more of her asymmetry in her design to impact her silhouette, and I want a little more exaggeration. I know they can do it. They have exaggerated other characters better. I want more. All right, yeah, sure. Jesus, Ahem, not Superman, who I thought of instead. Artificial creation? Huh? What? Without spoiling your story. What? Is also constantly lying. She's literally also Judas and Jesus. Oh, okay. Trying to align her with Judas. Oh, okay. I think that's unfair. Try skeleton symbols. Same symbol found throughout Genshin, especially related to the gods. Interesting. You'll see her exaggerated form next. Okay, I see. Superman is not Jesus. He is Moses. Oh, biblical allegory. Complexity versus clarity. She is just a little too visually detailed for me. She is one of the first characters I'm seeing where the detailing is not adding anything to my understanding of her. If we go back to these other previous iterations, the detailing here is, you know, we're trying to get some professorly things from having a corset. There's like tech elements. A lot of these elements are repeating the cross motif, so they make sense for her here. So I'm willing to look over the detailing. Here, it's all stuff that's relating back to the like sort of gothic Lolita kind of aesthetic that was hinted at in the previous version, but it's roses as a motif with the reds, and like there's an aesthetic reason for it to happen that relates to the concepting. Here, she doesn't really have a visual motif. She has a Celtic knot and some slightly Celtic patterns. She's an elf, and then she has these couple things that are giving like sort of like a flight motif. But they're not really being carried throughout, and a lot of the detailing isn't telling me anything new or helpful about her character, unfortunately. Conceptually, I think I'm mostly getting the right things about her, but I fear there's some things still missing. Devin of you stated that she was designed with fan service in mind. She really? They outright were like, she was just designed to be hot. That's, you know, as far as concept goes, if their concept for her was we need to make her hot, maybe I can't take points off for that. Yeah, if they're honest. If they honestly genuinely said that, I might give her point back. Because if that is her most important consideration conceptually, I mean, they got it. I can't argue. She probably is hot, so that's fine. I'm immune to her charms, but yeah. It's not very deep character design, but it's at least a concept that they executed on, I would say, properly. And for color palette, there's a little bit of banding, but mostly it's good and visually harmonious. It's fine. Made her top tighter on the waist on purpose, the designer said. Ah, I see. I see. It's Elysia concept arts in Discord, even though it's not best quality. Okay, I can take a peek. Let's see. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10? I think that's almost fair. I think that sounds about right for her. I think an 8 out of 10 is acceptable. Like March 7th with more confidence. Interesting. Slightly oversimplification that she's technically a Honkai beast. Ah, okay. I did read the lore that Lance did give us about her whole thing and how she's not real, she's a reconstruction, and based on someone's memory, or is she the one where like it took a while to have a lore reason as to why they knew what she looked like at this time or something too? I'm getting the problem is I read all of the lore for all the characters we're talking about today, and I think I'm confusing them with each other now. That was a lot to keep straight. I was trying to learn like 9 characters today. Yeah, the one you meet is a simulation. Oh, okay, so I got that right. Formed the imaginary tree that connects all the separate universes. Made her top type. Okay, yeah, right, I read that. Let me see her. Oh, interesting. Huh. I don't know how I feel about these concept arts. Because I feel like they definitely make it much clearer what her weapon is in these. I like the one giant, big, exaggerated sleeve. And in this case, like, I like the way that they're doing the chest area where they've made it interesting. They still made it high-necked, but open in a way. I feel like this might have been an interesting angle for her compared to this, where having the color palette be predominantly black is also interesting. I wonder if totally this might make her too villainous, and maybe that's why they didn't go for it. But I feel like this is much less cluttered visually for me. This feels a little bit too visually cluttered. Meanwhile, here, everything is selling me visually on the aesthetic decision, or what her what her gameplay role is. It's like a harbinger of the creature who trapped Earth in a cycle. They want to push a bit of the innocence more. Ah, okay. Yeah, this doesn't read especially innocent to me. But the silhouette is better on this one. It is interesting, and I'm less visually overwhelmed. I will say I do focally end up looking right here, unfortunately, because of these 2 straps and the purple. They're like pushing me right in here. Don't like that, and the hair should be just as vibrant as it was before. But this, more or less, does work. I kind of lament that we lost so much of this in her current iteration, unfortunately. And yeah, it could have been great for Hersher of Corruption. This could have been good if they have like a darker version of her, a Hersher version of her that goes down the wrong path, maybe. I don't know. Iiji, thank you for following. People were sussing her out anyway when we first met her. Ah, I see. Okay, come back here. Where's her next iteration? Hersher of Human Ego. This one, I think... maybe it's the bloom that's happening? The Jesus? The goddess? So, I can at least get that they're trying to go for some sort of goddess angle, but this is a lot to look at. And there's so many things that are just kind of running into each other with clarity issues happening. I see you're saying wedding dress. Where is the dress? What do you mean? Hershers were puppets controlled by the Honkai. Her sacrifice enabled future Hershers to retain their free will, hence being human ego. Good for her! Pretty contrast nightmare, but also pretty. Yeah, no, it is pretty. I gotta figure out what's even going on here visually. So there's these things that I thought were floating, but are they maybe holding a dress up? Look at her back. Wait, so these things are holding her hair? Question mark? This is technically kind of a dress, but like not really. I would not call this a dress. She's wearing shorts. They're holding her veil. Oh, is that a veil? It looked like it was her hair to me. No, that's definitely her hair. It's the same color. This might be a veil. This is her hair on this side. I like what those little floating propeller things are doing for silhouette. This has good silhouette, we can't deny that. But man, the contrast is not fantastic. There's too many bright light things. The fact that some of these elements also have like white outlines on them, I unfortunately feel like are making the clarity worse because they're getting closer in value to the white values. We don't have enough drop shadows. The hair and the veil is all kind of merging together, unfortunately, as is just like this entire, I don't even know what is on her hip ends. Like, is this something she's holding? Where's her arm going? Clarity nightmare in every way for me, unfortunately. This could have been very cute. I think the color is what is holding everything back. here. It's just the contrast structure. There could be a good framework here, but the contrast is just wholly a problem. Weapon's quite busy, so it might be hard to tell. Oh, maybe that's not helping either. But still, like, I'm getting lost between what things are different objects or not. I feel like this is a step back. I feel like this isn't as strong as her default design is. It's better in silhouette in probably most ways, but the design is way worse for me, unfortunately. Flying hearts are so good, but I don't know what the actual fit is. Yeah. Dress was ripped in half. No, I hope her dress was not ripped in half. Remove the bow and still quite a lot. There's a lot of things I could remove and it would still be a lot, even if I did all of those things. Like, there's this big element on the one side of the dress. Is this skin or is this a gap behind her? I can't tell what is what. This, I think because it's coming forward in space, I'm not telling because it looks like it's dissolving into the leg also. There's a lot of questions I have here visually, unfortunately. And honestly, the solution, I know they're trying to go for this sort of like ethereal, transparent thing happening here, but it's just not working for me. We need to play with our values subtly to provide better contrast. And I think the problem is that everything's glowing more or less too, where these elements feel like they're giving off light. And you can have glowing elements work well and work effectively, but I just don't think this is doing it, unfortunately. One of our concept designs did give her a skirt or dress, wish they went with it. Yeah, I don't know. The silhouette is nice. Otherwise, it's kind of lost on me, unfortunately. I fear this is like a 6. I fear if I were to actually grade this, it would get a 0 as far as clarity goes. And it's just a little bit too detailed, unfortunately. I think for a lot of the designs, it's a lot easier to tell what's going on when you see it in 3D instead of PNG. Maybe that's the case. Put the alt form of human ego in Discord. Okay, let me see. Oh, wait, here's a figure of one of the outfits. That looks like a different one. This is the alt form. Let's see. This has much better clarity. This is much, much, much better for me visually. I'm also getting a lot more of like the sort of goddess feeling from this one as well. I don't mind the floaty, hovery things with propellers on them. But I think this does, by removing so much of the chaos that was happening around her legs, we've pared it down. We've made it less overwhelming. I don't know. She has short hair here. Listen, maybe it is just me, but I tend to often find that characters work better and have much better clarity in them when their hair is shorter. Hair can be so visually overwhelming and confusing with things overlapping. It's just too much. Dressed as a manta ray motif? Yeah, wait, that's kind of cute too. If that's intentional, that we're referencing sort of a manta ray, that would be cute as well, adding a nice layer to her concept. On top of not every Honkai Impact 3rds character's combat weapon model is the same as the one you equip them with, let alone using it visibly. Ah, her summon is a manta ray, actually, yeah. That's so cute though. She swims up and down through reality. I like that. Now we're adding layers to the concept. She's not just goddess with... This one doesn't really have the wedding theming very much visually, but I like the theming combination of we're doing goddess and manta ray. And these specific purples I think work really well for her, where they're leaning a little bit more pink. This I think, as opposed, this is like maybe a like 6, 5.5. This I would probably put almost at like 8 or 9. I like this one a lot. I think this is a good permutation of her. Let's see, where are we going still from here? Was there more of her? Oh, the end. It's not the end. There's more characters to look at. It is 4:42. We still have an hour and 20 minutes, and I have only 3 more people that I wanted to look at. I say only, but 2 of them are kind of quick, and we'll take at least one that you guys vote that you would like to see. But I at least wanted to look at... I want to look at Durandal, I want to look at Mobius, and I just want to briefly look at the guys, because they were highly requested. So let me find them here fast quick. I know these ones maybe are not as important, but they are at least ones that were important to the shroommates who left me comments. Shatters the false world with the moon shine through. Interesting, okay. So this is Mobius. This one, for me, is so close. This is so close to working, but I can, like, almost immediately tell that this is a later design because the contrast is so much. There's so much contrast happening in the middle of the body, and then I'm having clarity trouble in the upper body also, unfortunately. Yeah, we did scroll past Prometheus, who also happens to resemble Bronya, but is potentially also not Bronya. But, so, Mobius. She is giving me a little bit of a Medusa type of feeling, because initially I was reading these as being almost like little heads coming out of her hair, but not fully. And she also feels a little bit like, what is her name? Hela from Norse mythology? Because of the headdress and green hair, perhaps. And I think those are common things. Mobius in her current form is rebirth form. Okay, I don't know as much about the lore here. The silhouette, fantastic. Silhouette is really good. The hair color is nice. I think the focal point is where this suffers the most, because why is the focal point her hips? It really, all of these shapes, the language and directionality of them is pointing us to look directly between her legs, unfortunately, which I'm not on board for. And the fact that the green, when it is the most saturated, is located here and on this sort of like creature thing that's behind her isn't helping with her face being a focal point. These lines on her headdress do kind of point me into her face a little bit, but it's not quite working all the way. Creature things are signature weapon. Yeah, I figured this is her weapon and that this is also probably a part of the weapon, maybe? She's resting her hand on it. Her eyes, if they were more saturated, would probably be more focal, because she has blue and red in her eyes, which are colors that don't show up elsewhere in this design. That might be a little bit too much, but that's gonna draw me into her face a little bit better. Now, if they're a little bit more exaggerated, I also wish that if we're going to have this super, super bright green, that we also treated some of her hair like this, even if it's just the tips or something, because that'll make it feel less important where it is in other places. A little strong on the eyes, I went there. Just a little. And this, I'm gonna turn this down a little bit too. It's gonna be a little bit too much right now, but I just want her to have some of the similarly bright colors around her face. And then to clarify, I think this is just a lighting thing where that's low clarity. Come on, where's my blur tool? There we go. Let's blur that out a little bit. But that way, I think I'll be more likely to look to her face with those things happening. Do you see? Looking at her face? Yeah. Like a sociopath type. So I will say, as far as being able to guess what her character is like, I was guessing that she is definitely like, I was gonna make like a like villain. She looks a little bit maybe like prissy, I guess, but she does look evil. And I do see the snake theming a little bit. The braided aspects down here are pointing me in that direction, as are the shapes for the ends of these, I don't know what they are, tendrils? More like medical malpractice. Oh, interesting. She does not give me a medical angle. Yeah, Ojo-sama. Yeah, Ojo-sama. That's the word I want. One of them has her with pigtails and looks more like a kid? Huh? These are very important. Other two concepts were a lot more red. Interesting. I think the green angle is giving me like poison maybe. And I know that snakes can work well in association with medical themes because of, oh boy, what's it called? The thing where it's snakes coiled around the cross, or coiled around like the needles and things, or like syringes. I've seen a number of them. Or just the ones where they're coiled around each other. What is that called? It's another Greek symbol, isn't it? I don't know. Something like that. Luigi! She's the one who does the beast DNA splicing in Fuhua, and her fellow co-workers like Elysia and Kevin. Oh, interesting. Yeah, catechist staff? Catechist staff? I don't know spelling. I know the one you're thinking of. I know what you're talking about, but it's close. Yeah, that thing. Interesting. Resting her arm on makes me get doctor vibes. I don't know why. Why? God of Mercury got a staff called... Wait, hang on. Caduceus? Is that, how do you say that? I know the thing, and I've read it many times, but I don't know how it's said. Anyways, that's how I lost my medical license. Oh no. Rod of Asclepius? Oh boy. One of these things. Caduceus? I'll say it right one of these days. Symbol of Hermes. Ah. Caduceus or Caduceus? Oh, okay. Wait, wow, I got it right, maybe. That's a miracle. Squiiji, correct pronunciation, first try? Who would have ever fathomed? Not me. Doctor who did very dangerous medical experiments. Good for her. I generally feel the same way about this design as I did about, what was her, the Luna iteration, where I want more color variation in undertones. She's too one note in her color design for me. This might make her too similar to the background, but I was thinking about, once again, like transitioning the colors of her undertones slightly. Where, like, if we had a little bit more blue in the undertones of some of the colored areas, we may arrive, not we, maybe I don't know if I'm the only one who was having trouble reading it this way, but I had a hard time getting to anything medical or mad scientist about her because she looks like she's attending a formal evil red carpet event of some kind in this dress. She's wearing like a floor-length ball gown or something. Evening gown, not ball gown, evening gown of some sort. This is like a weird prom dress to me. Literally gloops it up. Oh, thank you for the gloop. Good for her, I'm glad she's glooping it up. But I just think tonally it doesn't make a ton of sense. And I feel like I don't understand any of their decision making for putting these details on her legs. I don't get it. It's just too much visually. It's too distracting visually. And we could have just stopped like here maybe. And that would have been fine without being as overwhelming maybe. Right? Like, doesn't that make it less overwhelming for you? Just getting rid of that. And then for clarity's sake, we could probably just use a little bit more of the shading color so that we can see, like, okay, this is her armpit. Push that back in space a little bit. So we can tell that this isn't the edge of her, but I have a feeling that's just a thing with the screenshot, probably. In the angle she's standing at. Things always make me think she literally was half snake. I mean, using this sort of subtle texturing, like this down here, does give me a little bit of the snake feeling for her. I'm almost wondering if it might be good to have this also happening in this gap as well. Because right now, that gap is adding more areas that are too high in contrast that makes it distracting. So if I fill this in with that color that they use for the mesh that has the sort of snakeskin texture on it, that might also help visually too. And I can put the shading color on it too, where it's like against stuff. Right, maybe. Theoretically, we can get one put down. But I feel like that's sort of starting to head in the right direction. I could even put it on her neck maybe, because her neck is getting lost. But I feel like there's just something happening with the way the colors are handled here that's just not helping me with clarity. But it is a neat design. I appreciate for her silhouette's sake that even if we were to ignore her weapon that's behind her, her hair has very interesting shape to it. Her crown adds to silhouette. Seems like she has this one semi-transparent sleeve that's adding. These little hip adornments are good. These little, I don't even know what these are, pieces of fabric sticking out the sides. For what it's worth, she's a very distinct silhouette compared to just about every other character I've seen in this game. I haven't seen anyone in this kind of specific mermaid silhouette. Dress, maybe. Mermaid, another thing with scales, I guess. Going into that snake angle. The color design is just maybe a slightly amount overwhelming for me, but yeah. Also, it's a different design of the lab coat that's not playable. Oh, okay. Whole thing is Ouroboros, name being Mobius after the Mobius form, and her codename is Infinity. Ouroboros is also about infinity. I see. I see. Has a mermaid skin? Ah, see, there we go. Squiiji predicting the future, or predicting things that also exist. I think she sits on becomes a jellyfish. Oh, that's interesting. Lots of creatures happening. So, for me, this design, as far as giving it a grade goes, I don't have a ton to say about it, but other than the fact that for complexity and clarity, it's overwhelming for me visually. And then the color palette is not helping me with the clarity. The face isn't being put forward as the focal point, unfortunately, either. But the silhouette is fantastic, and conceptually, other than sort of lacking a little bit of the medical angle, she's almost there. This is one of those ones where there's just a couple of things that aren't even that big that are making it lose a lot of points. It's just a couple small things that add up to be big trouble, unfortunately. So for her, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 out of 10. Is she cool? Yes. I think her design is really cool. I think this is one of the most interesting to me personally that I've looked at, which is to say, my grade does not reflect how much I like designs. But when I get rid of all of these things, there's just too much going on. I'm visually confused. We could have pared it down a little bit better, mayhaps. Yeah. Mobius absolutely hates Elysia. Hates a strong word. Oh. Do they not get along, I guess? Rip. A lot of her story was her simulation trying to escape the real world. Oh no. Literally love her anyways. As you are permitted to, I want to like her a lot. I want to like her, which is why I struggle with this. I feel like she deserves higher than a 6.5 out of 10, but I think that's my own bias. I think all of these modifications I've made make the case for why I can't give her a higher score than that, unfortunately. Who is next? Nope, that's the rubric. Who's next? Who else did I not look at? The lads! Let's look at the lads really quickly, and then we can spend our remaining time going through... Oh wait, also Durandal. We'll look at Durandal after. I think I went past her already. Where are my boys? You are not one of the boys I was supposed to look at, but you are a lad. There's Otto. Wait, did I miss... Where's Kevin? Did I miss Kevin? I might have missed Kevin. Here's Otto. Maybe we'll start with Otto. Just real quick. On a more normal lab coat official chibi drawing of Mobius and put it in Discord. Thanks. Let me see. Oh, interesting. I fear they made her... They pared her down too much, almost. They could have left a little bit more of the chaos in her, I feel like. But this does at least sell the concept pretty well. I want more of her chaos back here. Give me more sharp angles. Why couldn't her skirt for this one still retain that, like, motif she had where it was like... What was it? Hang on. You look at her again? Like that. Why couldn't her skirt still have the things that go, like, this on it? Although I guess maybe if this is chibi, maybe it still would. And then, like, same deal. Her tie could have had, like, a shape to it or something that mimics the shapes that she had in her other design or something. I feel like this is just too pared down, unfortunately. Had big boobas? What? Huh? I want to clarify, I didn't put any 3D models for the lads because some of them are rough. Oh no, are they really? The only Otto we have in here is the Otto that you just saw. Stigmata of this also. I don't know what that means. I know the stigmata are. Is that a specific illustration you're talking about? What else would I have taken from this? Like, I feel like they just ripped too much of the interest out of her, where hair shape didn't lose all of it. I don't know. I want more from this. This is too pared down. Siegfried looks like a wet cat. Oh no! Otto's 3D model, that outfit is one of the rough ones? Oh no, okay. Well, good thing we're just looking at the design. We do not have Dress Otto here, but you can send me Dress Otto. I saw Idol Otto, at least. And every time I read his name, I need you to know that I read his name with the inner voice of Germa985 talking to his dog. Every time I look at Otto, my brain goes, Otto, 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 Otto. So if I do that, I apologize. I'm not belittling this man. There's just a dog who has better claim to that name. It is the dog of popular Twitch streamer Germa. Since I have adult Mobius on Discord? Okay, thank you. I'll see. Mobius' eyes are the best part of her design for me. I do like her eyes. I do agree with that. I was wearing the green dress while Kallen was the plague doctor. Oh, interesting. Okay. Iiji's captions think you're saying auto. Close enough. That's not the worst bad auto captioning I've had. Even if I just say Squiiji, half the time it gets something completely... Oh, no, you got a Squiiji. Let's see, Jubby. That's a favorite. Jubby. Nope, yep, not Chubby. Iiji captions don't know what my partner's name is, unfortunately. Otto's regression outfit gives me so much pain? Regression? I don't know what that means. This outfit, Otto Apocalypse. Fun bonus. Overseer of Schicksal, one of the main antagonists. Star Rail players should see similarity to Luocha. I did see the similarity, yes. Kallen insisted on helping Shakespeare avoid arrest by the church, so Otto seduced the guards. That's a sentence. Kallen insisted on helping Shakespeare avoid arrest by the church, so Otto seduced the guards. Good for him. Otto gets a new outfit 3D model later on. Ah, okay. Good for him cross-dressing, though. But that's a sentence. So, anyways, this guy, I can tell is one of their earlier designs because he has enough elements about him that make him very clearly discernible as a specific character to me. He's got his nice pink, like, ascot almost. He's a character in a gacha game. You know he's got to have his top unbuttoned, like, halfway down. But, you know, he's got things helping his shape language. He's got his ponytail. Yeah, he does have a dead mom ponytail, huh? And then he has his capelet and his jacket that flays out at the bottom. His boots have a little bit of interest on them. Classic hoyoverse leg expanse with not much going on. But I think this is pared down and has a lot of visual clarity where he looks like a tortured poet to me. Which I don't know what is exactly giving me that. Maybe it's the hairstyle. Medieval F-boy. No, I don't see that visually looking at him. No. Oh boy, is he tortured. It's the dark colors for me. And the blouse. Tortured poet's a good archetype. Yeah, I think that makes sense for him. Visually, at least. He seems a little tortured. He seems like the rich boy who has he's got some bad secrets. He's got some skeletons in the closet to me also. That was my vibe assessment of him. I don't have a lot of clarity-ish with him. His hair, despite being really light, I can still read against his face, mostly just fine. His color design, I'm glad they gave him the pink little scarf. It adds some necessary visual interest. His eyes being green is also good for wanting to look him in the face. But I will say, unfortunately, focally for me, his chest is much more focal. Dark object, really light thing, and then the only color really on his body, all being here, it's really the chest. Oh boy, does he have skeletons. Well, he at least has one. I'm certain he at least has, like, one skeleton, right? There should at least be one skeleton contained within him. If not, hopefully not too many more. Right? To clarify, his model doesn't reveal his chest Lamau. Does it not? The chest feels really focal to me, unfortunately, right now. Everyone should have at least one skeleton, I agree. Yeah, bare minimum one. If you have more than that, I may have some questions for you, like how did you do that and how may I do the same? Question mark. Actually, wait, that's not even true. I technically have parts of 2 skeletons in me. I have part of bone that's not me. I have funny, I got a little bit, actually wait, it's not, well, interesting. That's an interesting Iiji tidbit. Yeah, not getting into Solulum bodies here. What? Some people end up getting cadaver donations for medical purposes and things, so then sometimes you do have part of 2 skeletons. That's weird. That's a weird thought. Interesting. Time to get into medical horror again. He did horrible human experimentation to cure the Black Death. That's why Kallen never wanted to see him again. Ah, understandable. Yes. He looks like we meet him in a ruined castle playing the piano sadly. Yeah, he does look that way also, yeah. Solium is a nanobot liquid metal thing? Oh boy, okay, interesting. Love me some liquid metals like mercury. Anyways, so, this design here. This design here. His face needs something to be a little bit more focal, and man, I really don't know what to suggest. I really don't. Part of me, when I first looked at him before, was like, maybe it would fit his vibe, and he already kind of feels like an evil character. If he had, like, half moon glasses or something, so that we give him something dark on his face where he just has like dark frames for them or something. That might help, just because his face is losing in the contrast department to his chest. But then, similar issue, his face is also just losing in the detail department. There's so much more detail happening around the chest where the face isn't as detailed. And the thighs provide a similar area of rest as the face does. So it's not making the face interesting or distinct by level of detail either. Don't give Gary ideas. No, don't give Gary. What ideas are you giving Gary? Don't tell him bad things. No. What are you saying? I don't know what you're saying. Monocle? I could give him a monocle. I feel like that might also be too unserious in some way. But even if he just had something that's like dark in this area of his face that adds a detail, that could maybe help make his face more focal for me. Similarly, like, the problem with trying to do masculine designs is that, like, you can't just stick hair clips on him often because that kind of undermines the intended gender expression. I can't give him a headband. What would I give him? What would I do? Evil mustache to twirl? we can yassify him like we did for the Honkai Star Rail guys. I still have, I keep thinking about the yassified Denheng that we made before. So funny. So funny to me. Shonen. I mean, clearly they're okay with putting him in a dress, right? Like, clearly that's fine. It does, yeah, they do play with gender expression, presentation for him, gender expression. But, scratches my chin. What would I even do for this one? Not once, but twice, yeah. But what would be the solution? Also, his hairstyle, Terry actually adopts the same hairstyle. Do you see the dress that's on Discord? I saw the idol dress. I don't know if I saw the other dress. Let me see. Ah, I see. Oh, see, look at this. They know how to do good, like, pared down design when they want to. Like, this is not anything more than it needs to be. Why can I not copy this image? Why does this happen? Why are some image formats ones I can't copy? I'll screenshot it, I guess. Look, he's so pretty. The shape language is good. Asymmetry's good. Head is maybe a little bit more focal because of the big dark hat. Dark eye rings. Oh, yeah, if I give him eye bags, that might help. Give him the longest eyelashes ever. You know, not the worst suggestions here at all, by any means. This is a sleigh, not gonna lie. This works for me as a dress and for a character design. Get rid of that one. Looks good in green. I know, it does look good in green. I wonder if eye bags may be all it is. Let's try that. Let's just see. And I'm not gonna make them this dark. This is just so I can see where I'm putting them. But just to bring a little bit of the purple into his face, and maybe I could even put it like around the top of his eye or something too. Just increasing contrast maybe. Let's blur that fast quick. Where's my blur tool? Make him nice and eepy. Make him nice and sleep deprived. Seems like this man would not be getting much sleep anyways. Now he's really tortured. Hold on, Iva's really doing something for me. You guys just like seeing your characters get tortured. Unfortunately, I'm like losing his eyes into his hair now for some reason. Because of having done that. I don't know if that makes his face more focal. Alternatively, maybe this is crazy. But could I just give him, what if he just had that like perpetual, he's going through it, like dark gradient over his eyes, like he's just in shadow, and I'll erase it out where his eye color is. But maybe this is the solution? Maybe this is all it takes? Hang on. And then his eyes, because they're against something darker, become brighter. Oh, wait, hang on. Kind of. So you have Top Hat Moriarty? Isn't there? There is an anime Moriarty who looks kind of like this too, isn't there? Eyeshadow. Maybe. This kind of... I think this is kind of taking a step in the right direction for me. Almost. It's increasing contrast in his face, which I think makes his face more focal. Moriarty the parrot? Is that the one? Yeah. More dangerous vibes, yeah. Moriarty is one of his bodies? Oh no. And Fuhua gets so offended that he makes her British? What? What does that mean? You upset somebody so much that they force you to be British. Clown makeup would fit perfectly for the fool. No. We're getting too far now. We're falling too far. I also just maybe wonder if, you know, he has an earring. Maybe if he just had a more exaggerated earring of some sort, maybe that could be enough to add something to his, I don't really know, to draw as an earring for him. I don't know what his visual motifs are meant to be, but just more detail around his face might be good. Fuhua is Watson to Sherlock. Is he Sherlock? Then, under that guise. Church. What? Redacted. I don't know. No. Okay. Who's Sherlock? Who is the Sherlock in this, then, if it's not him? Otto's not meant to be Sherlock. Okay. I don't know enough of these characters. But, for Otto, he needs a help for his focal point. His level of detail is fine otherwise. Let me draw a ladder so I can text that, at least. That's probably, like, down here, right? There's, like, 2 lines for this. Give him a line for the back of that. He is too symmetrical. He also works for the people who are using religious imagery, though. So maybe that's fine. But I fear that my main problem with him is going to be that he's too symmetrical and his silhouette isn't doing enough for him. It could be doing more. Oops, that's not the top of his head. But, like, that's pretty darn safe. Not safe, but, like, sparse ladder? The only reason this ladder isn't safe is because it's sparse. Which maybe hints that he needs just a little more design happening. Maybe you're Sherlock? Oh, no. Not me. Sherlock gnomes? No, not me. I cannot be a Sherlock. I'm also not a gnome. I don't think I'd make a good Sherlock. I'm good at puzzles, but not always. It takes me a really long, laughable time to put 2 and 2 together sometimes. I had one of those moments with Joby the other day, and I wish I remember what it was, because it was like oh, so that's why XYZ is XYZ, and Joby was like, we've been looking at this thing for like 40 minutes. You just oh, I know what it was. We were watching Kitchen Nightmares, and there was, the one we were looking at was called the Handlebar, and I was thinking about Handlebar and just thinking about mustaches, because the owner of the bar has a really strong handlebar mustache. But then at the end of the episode, they bring in Dee Schneider on a bike, and they have like a bike rally and stuff, and I was like, oh, there's a biker theme, like bike handlebars that they're supposed to be getting from here too. And Debbie was like, so maybe not Sherlock for me. I am not exactly quick with it all the time. Otto's motif is misappropriation of Christianity for his own selfish ends. I see. Was it Conan Doyle that in Honkai Impact 3rd that made what's in British? What? I don't know. What are all these things I was doing? Oh, just random stuff. Give me the eye bags. I want the eye bags. I think that's it. I think that's it for him. Honestly, all I have to say here is color palette. He's fine. I don't really have any clarity issues with it. For silhouette, it's not especially interesting. It's fine. It doesn't look like the other characters, but it could use more visual interest, could use maybe a little more asymmetry. Whatever. Complexity versus clarity, I feel like he's just a little under-designed compared to the other characters. Is it good for clarity? Yes, but I want a little more. His ladder is so sparse. For focal points, it's also not his face, unfortunately. I feel like maybe I'm being a little too harsh for the clarity thing. He's got good clarity. I just want a little more detail. Concept of motifs. He looks like a tortured poet. I can at least tell that he's like going through it as a person. What other angles should I have gotten from him visually that I may have missed? I don't know. We were talking about him being Schicksaw. Talking about Sherlock, that's why I asked. Oh, okay. Let me just look at the details that Lance had given me real quick. Overseer, main antagonist. I mean, I can tell he's an antagonist at least. That seems like a valid guess to me. Ooh, an antagonist? Otto's the reason there's memes about imaginary men in Star Rail. He steals god powers for a selfish quest to resurrect Kallen and went all gold and feathery. Ah, okay. Interesting. I think I'm picking up all the things I need to about his character by looking at him, but if I have missed something, you're welcome to tell me. In GGZ, he shoots Cthulhu with a laser. Good for him. That's a good thing to do. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5 out of 10? He's fine. Nothing stand out, but he's fine. I'll pass him. Truemates, do you guys have favorite numbers to draw? My favorite number to draw is 7. And I do both of the chem things to make sure we know that your 7s are not 1s. In chem, you either had to hook your 7s or you had to cross your 7s. And I ended up doing both, and it has just become the way I've done 7s forever. 6 is so swirly, I like 5. 5 is my second favorite. Especially when I'm doing my schedule. It just has like such a nice flow where I can be rigid and strict about the start of it and then just let go. Release your inhibitions. Would love it, number 5. Thank God someone else who does this. Do you also draw your 7s like that? I got made fun of in chem because they were like, you just have to do one of them. You don't have to do both. You really don't have to do both. Like 3. I'm okay with 3. 3, I wish I could like fully release and make more curly. 2, I retaught myself how to draw at some point because I used to draw 2s like this and then thought it was more fun to draw them curly. I write 7s and 2s with the, or Z's with the line through, and is not helpful. What do you mean not helpful? I don't do Z's with the line through for some reason. Why do Z's have line through sometimes? We've gotten off task. I've gotten distracted, but why do Z's have a line through them sometimes? Is it also for the same reason? I don't know of any other letters that look like enough like a Z. Is it to differentiate Z from S, maybe? Oh, or I guess, yeah, maybe also differentiate Z from 2. In chem, we had very specific ways we had to do numbers, and I guess, because like we were supposed to draw our 2s curly. You weren't supposed to draw your 2 like that. Your 2s were supposed to curl, your 7s had to at least have the hook, if not the cross. So I guess in a chem sense, I didn't write a lot of stuff that had Z's in it, but I bet that would make sense, differentiate from an S, but they go in opposite directions. I guess maybe it is for Z and 2. Huh. But if you draw 2 like this, it doesn't look like a Z. I don't know. It's like if Gendo Ikari had charisma. What? This is nothing like Gendo Ikari. What are you talking about? Maybe personality-wise. Visually, he is not reminiscent at all. Actually, start writing numbers from the bottom to the top? Really? Like... Oh, I can see that working for a 7. Just as easily. That's fine. That makes sense. Starting line through 0? Oh, I do line through 0 a lot too. When I'm not streaming, if I'm taking notes for something, especially when I was doing chem. Iiji. But if I'm doing 0s, I do cross through them just so that we know that it's not an O. Because I tend to get real confused. Yeah. And for as bad as it is, I should not have my capital I's be like this. I know better, because then it's just an L, but I can't. If I do I's, sometimes I'll cross them, but I really don't. Gotta make our letters distinguished from each other. Remember back in kindergarten, they forced me to make 2 with a loop, but in high school they forced me to do traditional 2? That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It's always interesting finding out that you draw, like, a letter, like, the wrong way, in air quotes, wrong. Like, I don't hold my pencil right. You can probably tell from the way I hold my hand if you can see it. I think I also... Like, the way that my hand is drawn holding the pencil is not how I hold it. I, like, cross my thumb over, which is bad. Not good. But I think I draw most letters correctly, maybe. Anyways, that's Otto. Let's save him. Let's close with these. I have too many things open right now. I write in cursive, which helps with IL, but doesn't help with MNU. Oh, yeah, no. MNU, terrible, 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 terrible in cursive. I am so glad that I can write in cursive. Still, I'm glad that that is not a skill I've lost. My cursive isn't good, but I can at least write in it. How many of you do I have open? I have so many of you. Don't need to save that. Don't need to save this. Save this in case I modified something. Go away. Did I change something here? I don't think I did, but I'll save anyway, just in case. Wish there was a way to distinguish a 5 from an S, because I write fast and often confuse myself when looking back. Oh, okay. Yeah, I could see that being one of the ones that could use some It's not something to distinguish between. Huh. Yeah, I didn't think about that one. Working for a doctor who managed to make G, Z, and Y all look similar? Oh, and cursive, yeah! Just to make things as unambiguous as possible in my own handwriting. Yeah. Those in cursive are probably really, really similar. I think you didn't look at Kevin. Yeah, no, we didn't look at Kevin yet. I'm just saving and closing all of these ones because I had too many files open and it was overwhelming me. There we go, close this one. It'll put us all the way back to the beginning, but now I can go find Kevin and also Durandal. Here, wait, we'll do Durandal first, but I did want to look at Kevin at some point also. We'll do Durandal first. Bebin. Okay, or do you want me to look at Kevin? It seems like we want Kevin. Be absurd if a teacher could not write. Yeah, Durandal. I mean, we'll do both. I feel like we're gonna have time for both of them. I've been much more locked in today. Doo-doo. Haha, late said doo-doo. Goose night. Okay, so I have found out that apparently Durandal is very popular. Supposedly, is very popular. So let me just open this version. I love the super, super giant exaggerated lance. This is like a knight's lance. It's great. Ah yes, Durandal, aka the original Kallen Kaslana. That's right, our beloved Tuna is a clone of her mixed with Siren, the original Hersher of the Void's DNA. Our Kiana is considered the more innocent half of Siren's personality that didn't get a chance to develop since she became a Hersher while still young. Oh, okay, interesting. So, this bikini battle armor at its finest, huh? Bikini battle armor at its finest, isn't it? The hair is doing the classic hoyoverse split for rigging purposes, but I at least appreciate that it's adding something to silhouette. I can tell she's still kind of early because her hair is very low poly. Know the model's some mind, huh? Getting way in the weeds. That's okay, I don't mind being in the weeds. I'm a mushroom after all. I live in the weeds. That's kind of where I call home. I live in the forest, in the weeds. Oh wow, the sun came out. It was raining all day. I'm excited actually, that's good. Yeah. Like on Honkai Impact 3rd, we have clones, extra bodies, idle people as anime girls, and more. Yes, you do. You have all of it. This is bikini battle armor in the truest sense, and unfortunately, all of the blue being located everywhere down here means I don't even spare a glance at her face, unfortunately. It takes me so long to want to look at her face. All of these things are kind of pointing me to stay and visually loop around looking at this area. I like follow her legs up, follow this up and around, and then just go right back down. It's not shooting me up into her upper body. These shapes could have been left more open, or maybe overlap her chest in some way instead of fully hooking closed here. Like if this came up like this and then had like the outline on it so we could see it, that might prevent me from getting trapped in this sort of visual loop that's happening in the lower body. And then she's another character where I wonder if, you know, we did those sort of hue undertone changes like we did for Luna, if that would be good. Like if I tint some of the stuff that's under here more purple or something, we could make it so that we can push the eye around a little bit more. Let me just see. Let me try this. Because I feel like this is one of the ones where we're getting into sort of the boring end of color design. I've seen too much of designs that are just black, white, and one color. Oops, hang on, normal color. Make the undertone maybe just like a little more purple or something, so we get a little more color variation. And then I really don't know what I'd want to do to make her head more focal here. She has this bow on the back of her head, and I know it's probably like kind of downturned because we're maybe trying to do something where she's like a more elegant knight, or she is maybe a little more demure. But even if she had that bow more exaggerated where I can see it like, I have this, there we go, coming out the sides here or something, where we can see that she has a bow behind her head, that would be good for silhouette, and it might be good for bringing a little bit of the focal up to her face. She has like sort of like a forehead ornamentation also, but because it's white, it's so low contrast with her hair that I can't see it. And maybe it should just have been blue instead. And maybe it could have like white parts to it, but maybe the primary color should have been blue, and then we could have like white details inside of them. And that way the blue is on the upper part of her face as well. Considered Shixal's strongest Valkyrie. I see. It's not bikini battle armor, it's one-piece swimsuit armor. Sorry. Apologies. You're right, I was wrong. One-piece battle armor. Girly, if you are going against somebody who is similarly jousting with a similar lance, you are getting skewered. There's no two ways about it. You have no defense. None of this is really armor, is it? Even if this, I don't know what's going on here. This might be fabric. I can't tell. There's some clarity things happening there as well. She is not well defended. She's going to get injured. Also, Sticklord, thank you for following. I don't want her getting injured. Durandal and Rita work directly for Otto. Okay. Girlfriend is Rita, the maid who takes it upon herself to do evil jobs, so Durandal won't be ordered to. Oh, kind of her in some way. Think of the chest as armor. Can I tell you a pet peeve? Can I tell you a pet peeve of mine is when breastplate armor goes between the tits. Pardon my French, that's a little vulgar for Squiiji. I was upset, that's why I said that, sorry. Chest armor that goes between and under the breasts drives me nuts. Because that's gonna be so uncomfortable, I feel like, to wear. Bikini armor is still bikini, it's too skimpy. Yeah, it's too skimpy. The only part of her that's armored is like right here on her chest. Her ribcage is entirely on display. Or like, what would it have killed to just have had like, I don't know. Even if it's just like she's wearing like some kind of like padding here. Just something in this area? I don't know. So she's not as fully, I don't know, something. Durandal went and ventured to a dying Camelot bubble universe. Oh boy, not the bubble universes. Oh boy, there's so much. Form-fitting metal sounds uncomfortable. Uncomfortable and cold. Squeegee language! Sorry. Sorry, I'm frustrated. I hate when they do that. Just put them in one. Just go like this. This is fine, I promise. This is more comfortable.
Hey, what's up, gamers? Gary here to say sorry on behalf of my parents because of their choice of words. Gary's adorable little Gary ears were kinda hurt by it too.
I'm sorry, Gary. I apologize. Sorry, Shroommates. Was that shocking? Is that the worst word you've heard me say? That's probably, is that really the worst word you've heard me say? It very well may be. Also, the fact that this isn't adding to silhouette is also gonna drive me nuts. Why isn't it? Miss the great cursing? Oh, you said worse? What did I say? What did I say that was worse? I don't remember. We had a discussion in the Discord yesterday, I think, or was it Tuesday, about the rating of the Discord server, because for all intents and purposes, I don't curse. Not really. And oh, did I say F-boy? Did I really say the word? Did I say it? That's crazy of me. I can't believe I did that. That's unusual. Flick boy. I remember saying, frick butt Bob at one point, but was I really pushed to the edge? I feel like that was a Sampo-ism. Said worse, somehow it's worse because you're generally so tame when discussing body parts. Oh, sorry, I was frustrated. I did just fully curse and say like a full string of curses on Yomi's stream at one point, so if any of you were there, you got to witness that. Yeah, I am usually very neutral when it comes to discussing body parts, but I am annoyed, which is what makes all the difference here. I'm not immune to being frustrated by armor. This is my redesign for the top half of this. It can even have these like funny little things where it's going like this, but just make them attached in the center. That's all I'm asking. It doesn't have to go up between and all up in the cleavage. Get the armor up out of her business. It doesn't need to be up in there, please. Like, being around Yomi will do that to someone. We were discussing the fact that I don't curse, and I was like, it's not that I don't curse, I just don't curse on stream. I have a video that I'm editing that is a Joby and Iiji not live playing Minecraft thing that was just a very silly incident, and you're gonna get to hear me censor myself cursing like 15 times in it. I'm not averse to cursing, I just elect not to. I think curse words work better when I can use them situationally to have greater impact, so that way when I do get mad about the fact that her boobs are separated, her breasts are put in different areas, then it means more to you and you don't forget my frustration. Sampo's a pathway to many expletives, some considered unsay-so. Yeah. Was it connected to the line thing so it can't bend? Should be a joint. Yeah, like you're right, like yeah, there's some weird inflexibility happening here that I've critiqued. I critiqued that about some of the Genshin designs before, where they would put metal trim in areas where we need to bend. Like these shoes, I wonder how would bend. I'm sure there's joints in there somewhere. But this just seems like uncomfortable armor, and there's a lot going on. Yeah, tactical F-bomb is the way I live my life. When we were talking about PG-13 for the rating of the Discord server, everyone's allowed to say the F word once. You can say that word once in the Discord server, me included. Use it well. You will get a... That was the one Squiiji usage, was when I guess complained about Sampo being an F-boy. That's what it pushed me to. But, okay, let's see. PG-13, PEG-13. Yes. Maybe a little bit. Like once a month or literally once ever. I mean, I don't have a good way of figuring out if you've said it more than once ever. It's just trying to keep people from being excessive with it. So I'm not gonna be mad if you say it once. The bot might not like it. I'm just doing things right now to make it feel like she's more prepared to go into battle. Even just having like this mesh that she has down here on up here will make me give me the illusion that she's not going to perish. Although, hang on, actually adding that contrast makes the face less focal, which isn't helping. Darn it. Oh, darn it. If we made her crown thing more pronounced, that might help. You know, she's a Valkyrie. Valkyrie is the word about her. Maybe if these ribbons felt like wings, that could be interesting. I don't know. Her face needs something to make it more focal, and her outfit is just wholly impractical in every way, shape, and form, unfortunately. I'm confused because I don't see where you swore. I'm looking back through the video and you say, oh boy, a couple times. Oh boy about, oh, to her? I said T-I-T-S, which isn't really a swear, but it's way more vulgar than I usually am with my language. I'm usually very clinical and professional, and I wasn't there. I apologize. She's also like King Arthur. Oh, she is kind of, this is what we were talking about Fate earlier. Tiara in the shape of a knight visor? Yeah, like Lancelot, hence the lance. Okay. Yeah, these could be interesting angles. If she had like a, you know when knights have the helm that is sort of, like when they push it back on their head and it sits like this almost? You know what I mean? That might be interesting, although it'd need more contrast. I had like the shading of her hair under it, and then like these things could be connected to it or something. I don't know. I feel like she just needs something more on her head to be interesting. And then, you know, we do like shape. This is kind of coming down like that maybe. And then it'd have like the cutouts in it or something like they have, and we can put the blue thing that I had put like up here or something so it feels ornate. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of things that would make her head more focal, because right now, as we said for Otto, the problem is that her face is not made interesting through having something that is unique about it as far as color placement goes. Her eyes are blue, her hair is blonde, which maybe helps a little bit, but her hair is low contrast against her skin. There's a lot of contrast happening in her torso and a lot of detail happening in her torso. And maybe the face is an area of rest for that, but I still feel like maybe it's just the low contrast thing that isn't working for me. Silhouette's good at least. I'll give her that. She is completely symmetrical, but if we're doing like Knight of Reason, Paladin, Lancer, that's probably fine once again. That's fine, I guess. Gets a horse and another battle suit? Hell yeah, horses are great for silhouette. I don't know if we talked about that before. Horses, adding extra animals to your silhouette, fantastic. Color palette. I'm starting to get bored of that black, white, and one color thing. Her clarity isn't always fantastic, and she feels a little bit over-detailed in the midsection. Silhouette's good. I wish she was a little more asymmetrical. Focal point is not her face, unfortunately, but conceptually, I think I'm picking up everything there is to pick up about her at least, right? Maybe? Hi, Monomoth. Juan? Is that her horse's name? What do you mean, Juan? Oh, ladder, you're right. Let me eat a fish cracker. Oh. We can draw a ladder. I don't think it's gonna change her grade any. Weep. Whap. Whoop. Yeah, she is really symmetrical, isn't she? This thing I don't know how to count right now, so I'm going to ignore it. Something there. Whoops, hang on. I gotta turn off the things I edited. Oh yeah, wait, without that, man, there is actually more of a clarity thing than I thought with her skin and the armor. Never mind, I might have to move that down. Chin, her eyes, and the top of her head. Oh, that checker background does not help. Let me move this off to the side instead. I don't know. That seems. Wait, you're rating this Durandal? This isn't her base battle suit? Oh, it isn't? We can rate that. We can look at another one then if this is not the base one. I mean, this is the one I've rated. Whoops, we've already done it. His name is Krishna, but we call it Juan? Why? Krishna? Juan. Krishna Juan? Ah? Her base one's not used. Ah. Most normal ladder, yet it's military. Ah, see, but I wouldn't mind military. I feel like that would still make sense for her conceptually. Potentially, but you know, I may have to do a little reshuffling here. That's gonna go down. Her ladder is too climbable for me to give her anything higher than 1 point for her silhouette. Yeah, I think that's fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 out of 10? I think that's fine for her, unfortunately. Sorry, Durandal. Yeah, it seems like with this game, it's either a 6 or an 8. I haven't given a grade higher than an 8, I don't think, have I? Put base doo-doo in Discord? I think she might be in here. Oh, maybe not, actually. Because there's this one, this outfit, which feels a little bit like gladiator-esque to me, almost. I like the wings being more prominent as a motif in this one. Once again, we've separated her breasts and armor. There's more asymmetry, which is good also. Let me see. Whoops, we got dress again. Oh, this is her base? Base suit isn't in the dock. Skipped her. Fair. Good reason that you skipped her. I find this to be very visually lacking for me. Is it pared down in a way that I might normally like? Yes. But all of these black values are just blending into each other. The color design is boring. The silhouette's okay, but it's still completely symmetrical in a way that I'm not interested by, and I fear she still has the ladder issue. There's like one here, and one here, and one here. And then there. I think that counts as half of one, though. Like, this girlie is not that dangerous of ladders, unfortunately. Came out one version before you just rated. She kicks the lance. Okay. Is this the base one? This is the base one? I don't like this one as much. I'm bored by the color design, and shape language isn't as interesting. Yeah, OSHA is too much in approval of her. Durandal, I don't know why you're so close with OSHA. Yeah, it's okay. I don't know, this just isn't as interesting for me. I feel like her eyes need a contrasting color to be more focal. I feel like we could have had more variation in the undertones of the black parts of her outfit. It's just missing something for me. Very by the book, so I guess it makes sense. I guess. A couple skins that make her look more interesting, especially in the colors. Okay. I mean, granted, once again, is this gonna be one of those ones where it's, would you guys call it A rank? The black outfit, is that A rank, whereas the other ones are higher ranks then? Her being OSHA compliant feels in character. OSHA compliant is bad in this context. Black is a rank. Oh, okay. I guess for lore reasons it's fine. I just don't find it especially visually interesting on a personal basis, maybe? It's probably fine. This one we can look at real quick. Visually, there's a lot going on, and maybe there's too much going on, but I do get Valkyrie very clearly from this design. With all the wings, the way they've handled the leg armor, the wing motif works very nicely. They are using feathers here in the patterning. But this is one of the ones where I'm almost guessing we're getting into like Genshin era of design, where there's no reason this needs to be that bright. This patterning in here, it just becomes distracting because it's so high contrast. Where if I just like scribble over this a little bit, why is my brush so tiny? Just scribble over this a little bit, push it back. It'll help the clarity a good bit. And then same deal with her pants slash legs underneath. They could have been darker, so that way the leg is merging. We're having a clarity thing there. She's the same issue here as she did before, where the skin is so close in color to the rest of her body. Why does this not just go like that right there also? Why are they still given separate cups? I feel like there's just a lot of these where I end up with questions. I might even steal... Just give her leggings back. Just go once again for the brown leggings. I don't know what that is either. This looks like it might just be a color cast. Because then I can see the difference between her leg and her armor. Her armor feels too high contrast for me also, where she may need like a sweeping gradient to push it back. Focally, her face is not in the forefront at all, unfortunately, because this bright blue area being so saturated really, really draws my attention. I don't know. It just doesn't work super well. Glad you guys are bopping to the song, though. This is Elysia and the Flame Chaser song. Ah, okay. Just chimed into Nouvelette earlier, Otterboy? Wrong game! That's a Genshin, isn't it? Or is he in this game too in some form? I don't think he's in here, is he? Support for the girl, support for not having your sternum shattered. The girls are separated, but they are being held together here, unfortunately. Yeah, Nuvi's unfortunately not Honkai Impact 3rd. Sorry, I don't mean to clown on you there. Wrong game, but they do have a lot of similar design sensibilities between them. I was mostly just confused as to whether or not they're there. Don't recognize the characters, that's totally fair. I wouldn't know any better. I'm even amazed that I knew which game he was from in the first place. All I'm saying, if we're gonna do chest plates, for the love of God, just like, I don't know. Go like that, maybe. Please. She's a one-leg pant. Why? She's going into battle! Girly, why would you have one leg of pants on if you're going into battle? Why? Your armor's gonna chafe your other leg. I don't understand. I feel like she also may be someone who's a candidate for having, like, color in the underside of her hair. I think that's one of the things that they got right for Raiden Mei, is giving her hair a color inside of it. Oh, wait, that's not the thing. Give me color, maybe? Yeah. Because then I think that that would help us to arrive to her face faster, maybe? If we had more of those cool tones around her face? I don't know, I think she's still missing something around the head, though. Can you tell that this one team that did this was split among 3 other games? I kind of can, yeah. I kind of can. Oh, this is voiced, which we cannot do. Hang on. Nope. There we go. Shuffle. Give her a full plate and then put the clothes over it. Yeah! Yeah. Yes. Put her clothing underneath. Give her, like, pants and then put her clothing under it, because then it's protective. Because you do wear, when you wear armor, you wear protective padded layers underneath it, because that makes it comfortable to wear. Right? I don't know. This is okay. It's fine. There's banding happening, which banding is just when there's sort of stripes being formed by contrast, where we've got light and bright, dark, light and bright. I've made it worse, but dark. But then it's like, okay, bright, dark, bright, dark, bright, dark, bright, dark, and it kind of goes all the way up her form, and that just makes patches of design visually distracting, unfortunately. Focal point for her is in no way, shape, or form her face. It is her stomach, and her stomach isn't telling me anything important about her, so this doesn't work for me super well. Let me save this and close this one, and then I think she had, what, one more? Yeah, Equinox. Let's see, we'll take a look at Equinox. Oh, there's like 2 versions of it too, it seems like. Oh, there's the horse! Interesting, okay. Let's see. Battlesuit. Managed to awaken her stigmata powers, okay. Interesting. Honestly, not bad. I think I'm just bored in the color design still. Man, I wish they'd give this girl another color in her palette. Give her a color other than blue. Give me like, I don't know, teal or like green or something, red. It's just visually not interesting because there's not enough color variation in it. And the places where the black is end up being focal because it's so high contrast and it's in such limited locations. We're gonna do this. Maybe we need to emphasize darkness around her eyes or make her hair accessory bigger or something like that. And once again, I'm kind of grasping at straws trying to differentiate. I mean, I can tell that this is not skin and that is skin. They're still pretty close. I don't know. You're gonna make sense of the color of lower ranked members of her squad. Are you saying it would or would not? And yeah, this is like battle lingerie again. Practicality's sake, and if I was grading this on concept, this would get even less points than the other versions, unfortunately. Oh, I don't know. Let me look at the other one that was... Other screenshot that has the horse in it. Port. Oh! See, I like this darker version maybe a little bit better. The colors feel a little bit more interesting. It may be the lighting we're in where we're getting more purple undertones, which is neat. Still, the face is not as focal as it could be, but I think it's working better here. But the thighs are still distracting. And they've really, I really want to know why they keep doing this. Why? Just don't. We don't need this here. We don't need this detail here. It's fine. This is not a part of the body we need to look at so quickly. Just go like that. It's good. Blue's kind of her signature color. That's fine. Blue can be her signature and primary color, but I just want a little bit of a secondary color in the design, mayhaps. I'm getting a little visually... I'm feeling visually worn out, maybe? Fatigued by the color design in hoyoverse, because it does tend to be so much of the we can only give a character one color type of design, and I don't like that, unfortunately. Exposed thigh for mobility, trust. I don't trust, actually, at all. No trust. We don't need it. If we went like this, the face would become the focal point entirely. And that is probably more important anyway. But honestly, I feel like this is one of the ones I visually like the most of hers. We have lost conceptually the Valkyrie aspect, unfortunately. At least for me. She does just look kind of evil. But at the very least, the focal point is working, the color design is working more for me, which may just be the shader in this room. But it's fine. Purple, since it's a color for her main weapon, or green is a minor color for her squad. Yeah, I think either of those could be potentially good options. Sandstained blood, that was a weird dimension. Oh, is that what this place she is in? That's intense. That's a lot. Their colors in this game makes it easier to tell characters apart right away. That's true, no, but like having a signature color, you can still have a secondary color. You can have a signature color be blue and that be the bulk of the color in your design, but having just a little bit of a hint of another color, even in just like small areas for emphasis, would be good, potentially, right? Another autoism, he made Arkiana's hair white instead of blonde like Durandal, so she'd look more like Kallen. Ah, okay, because he's in love with Kallen. I see. But honestly, like, that's really all I would do here, modification-wise. Just make me stop looking at between her legs, is all I want. That's really it. Let me look at her horse real quick. Yeah, look at the horse! Love the horse. That's a cool horse. That's a very tech horse. Very... low contrast, therefore missing a little bit of clarity horse, but it's a cool horse. I enjoy the inner working of the cross into this one, because that is associated with their organization they're part of. Mechanical horse turns into her armor. Oh, wait! That turns into the armor she's wearing? That's interesting. Ah, that's an intriguing angle to take. Is the cross even a part of this, though? I feel like she didn't get any of the cross iconography out of it. Like, they could have put it on her knees. Her ankles almost have it. But, like, I feel like that's a good signifier for the organization she's part of. Wait, that's how it works? Didn't know that? Oh, we're all learning here today, huh? Oh, did the music pause? Oh no, it didn't, okay. Transformer horse. Yeah, kind of. But yeah, that's kind of more or less how I feel about this one. Was there anything more for her? I don't think so. Yeah, okay, that's the end of her. And then real quickly, where is Kevin? Where is he? Hello, my man? Unfortunately, because of how I have to download these, oh boy. You're doing split colors and focal points all over the place, aren't you? That person's neat for their silhouette. This feels like a Genshin-esque character design with having all of the crazy filigree stuff and over-detailing that I could really do without. And the focal point is the hips area, unfortunately. Yeah, a lot of these ones that I think are part 2, I can tell. They've got more unnecessary detail on them. Where is he? Hello? You're low contrast. Whoop. Siren is a magical girl. That's cool. I like her scissors. Cat girl. Yeah, you also feel Genshin-esque. Ponia Eden. Bill Griso. Where? This is 1.5. Oh, okay. Carol Pepper Adam. Oh, wait. Yeah, he's gonna be a non-playable. Oh, here's Einstein and Tesla. I like their more pared down designs. They are kind of visually funny for me, though. There's Kevin! This is all Hytham. He has a leaf. This is all Hytham. Genshin, they're the same variant, aren't they? They're the Sue variants. I see. Kevin. My man, you need another color in your palette also. Sue and Vita are? Ah, okay, I see. Sue, my beloved. Ah, I see. Horse is empty, but also merged with her lance? Oh, interesting. You've remembered? Yes, I have remembered. It helps that they look visually similar, and Alhaitham is one of the characters from Genshin that I witnessed the most, and I know he's a plant motif, so for some reason. I don't know why he does, but there's a plant motif associated with him, and that character having a plant is why. So lived in the seat of Sumeru. Isn't Sumeru the place in Genshin also? Is this another, like, multiverse thingamabob? Broody, evil devil horn dude who faced away from the camera and instantly wanted you to stop, even at a glance. It may be predictable. You are predictable. Oh no, I've lost them. Come back. Come back. Who was it? Was it the edgy looking guy? Hang on, where is he? Nope, not you. Not Welt, I know Welt. Cosma? Good silhouette from the hair, good asymmetry. Your eyes are kind of focal because everything else around your face is dark. This design mostly works for me. Kevin, on the other hand. Hi, Kevin. I don't look at your face because of all the black in your design, unfortunately. Kevin is Adam, as in biological Adam's dad? No, other one facing away from camera? Other one? I'm not gonna be able to find it. It's still gonna keep selecting that. Hang on. Other one facing away from camera. Oh, this one? Calpus? 6 Flame Chaser. Also, good silhouette on this character. I enjoy the special effects happening here. Running gag, you never see his face. Oh, interesting, okay. Who's posing? Calpus, my love. Oh, okay. We like that character, I see. Kevin, Sue, they were roommates. Oh, they were roommates? Were they roommates? Kevin's other form, if you guys send me Kevin's other form, we can look at Kevin's other form. Kevin! I don't have a full body of him like this, but he needs a different color. Somewhere. I am so visually bored looking at his color design. He feels very generic to me, unfortunately. He feels like the player self-insert character that Genshin and he feels like Kalis. Kind of, in some way. There's more Kevins? Okay. All these Sue and Cosma have the better models? Okay, interesting. He also has a wet dog model. That's also unfortunate. Kevin's a fiance, so something was happening between him and Wu? That matches his name, truly the Kevin ever. Yeah! Kalis is Kevin? Is that a variant thing? Is that true? Are they actually variants, or are we just saying that? A lot of people thought he and Kalis were somewhat related. Ah, being generic fits his character. Ordinary guy who has to become a hero. Okay. Finon is Kevin. No, nothing confirmed. Just same Chinese voice actor. Ah, but so I did see it when I was looking at the variant thing that sometimes that points in the right direction. Same outfit. Kalis and this guy both need flavor blasted, unfortunately. Kalis has grown on me a little bit after having played the game, but it's just his personality. Phanon in Star Rail is literally a Kevin variant. Oh, okay. This character design for me is dull. There's not anything interesting happening for me as far as the color design goes, as far as shape language goes. Good for you, you've got a little chest window there. Good for you, man. He is really a Kevin in that he is so nondescript. He feels generic. He feels like a background character to me, which, is he? He's not. There's a whole page of details about him and his importance in this story. I don't know. Original Kevin is baseball mode? I want baseball mode. This outfit is just generic, sort of tech wear inspired character. Being antagonist super important. He doesn't look important though. He really doesn't look important. Generic, unassuming. I don't know. He's just a dude, and I feel like they could have made him just a dude who was at least wearing some kind of interesting clothing. Quicks matures mantis form. Okay. And kind of a baseball fight at the end of the universe? Great. Every new thing I learned about this game makes it sound more ridiculous to me, and I love that. I love that it's not too serious. Low quality models of him, the in-game boss. Okay, let's see. Whoa! That's neat! I like that! That's crazy! The focal point is everywhere, but that's cool. Shape language, and look! They're working in this other... They've got the teal and a cooler blue, or like almost like a purple undertone color. The contrast on the face isn't great, but the silhouette here is nice. I like the silhouette here. That's not bad. Maybe we need those colors more happening here, and that's why I'm bored. He has the blue already, but maybe this color needs to be involved somehow. Even if it's just like a normal color. And like this undershirt gets to be in that sort of like cooler, more like almost close to periwinkle color. And that sets it apart from his jacket a little bit. Maybe I'm just visually bored because the shadows are so desaturated also. That could honestly be all it is. But he just needs more interest in his color design, please. Let's see, I might turn this down a little bit, but I think this is a step in the right direction. I think something that they got right for the girls is that their hair shading color isn't just gray. It's a lot more purple in undertone for the girls that are the Kaslanas. So let me see if that also helps. If I make his hair shading a little more purple, this is gonna be way more purple than I want. I'll turn it down, don't worry. But if I just make the shading a little more purple, maybe that will add some of the interest I want. And then I might shift his eyes just a slight bit more teal. Just to see how that looks. Where's my blur tool? Hang on. There we go. And then eyeballs. Give me your eye, please. Please. Let me select your eye, please. Please. There we go. Just a little more teal. Color layer. Hang on. Wait. I'm still doing things. This is gonna be stronger than I want it to be. Hang on. I think I'm solving what I wanted to solve, though. And then... Hang on, not done. Give me... Like, I'm not doing an incredibly large amount of changing to him, but we're adding more visual interest just in the color, I think. I've made him much colder also, which I think seems befitting of somebody who is a villain, and this one does feel a lot colder. See, they have the purple undertone in the hair here too, which I think helps. I think he just needs more variation in the undertone. Turn into the ocean into ice? Yeah, this feels much more frosty, much more icy as a character. I think I made his eye too intense. Let me turn that down. But I think this is a step in the right direction for him. His colors just need flavor blasting a little bit, unfortunately. Oh, he unduded? What do you mean? Am I do another one-winged antagonist? No. He has one black wing, and that's not all it takes to be a Sephiroth. His hair is not gorgeous and luscious enough. His whole chest is out, and I think the thing that I respect about Sephiroth is that he does the thing where he just gives you a glimpse of it. He leaves you wanting more from looking at him. He just gives you a little, but he's still fully armored. This is totally impractical as an outfit to fight anyone in. Yippee, I'm blue! Da-ba-dee-da-ba-die. Speaking of flavor blast, you can flavor blast me if you want. I need a little flavor blasting too from time to time. It's a fish cracker. I don't have flavor blasted fish crackers, except sadly though. I don't have the extreme ones. Kevin has ability or curse where he freezes everything he touches. Oh, that's tough. I'm sorry to hear that for him. But I don't know, just more interest in the color. As far as symmetry goes, I do appreciate that he has this sort of like chest-mounted device of some sort on one side, and his belt is giving us a little bit of a diagonal, so his silhouette might not be terrible. He's not super distinct, but it seems like we're making some steps in the right direction. Thank you for a drink. I will take a sippy. I was thinking about figuring out if I could replace my hydration redeem with a mist bottle to spray me, but I didn't figure out how to do particles for that yet. I want to get like particle misted, like you're like, you know, spraying a plant you're taking care of. Little me, Squiiji, the mushroom. Sephiroth does strip at the end of OG7 though. Oh, that's true, he does. When he does his, what is it called? Cypher Sephiroth form? I don't remember what that's called. The one where he does his whole insanity thing and you fight, yeah. He does, yeah, well, yeah, you know, actually, the more I think about it, the more that one, because his hair's all up on top of his head for that one too. The more this one is kind of similar, yeah, Safer Sephiroth, yeah. You're right. I should give this game more of a chance, I feel like, because they make a lot of references to things I like Evangelion and Final Fantasy. Even the least flavorful man can become a hero and take his shirt off. I don't know if the taking the shirt off part is related to being a hero, and that's definitely not what Sephiroth becomes when he takes his shirt off. He might be a hero to you for having done it, but I don't know if that's what a hero what becomes of a hero. This design though, I don't know how to grade it. He doesn't have a whole body. Silhouette's a little lackluster. He feels like a generic game protagonist to me, unfortunately, in the scope of how this works. I meant Kevin. Oh, okay. Have you seen the Evangelion collab? We've talked about it, but I don't know if I actually looked at anything that was particularly from it. Unclear, I don't remember. I think the outfit that we looked at for Himiko might have been related, but I don't remember actually. Kevin's character who does awful things for heroic reasons. That's at least an interesting character. You can get Hazuka real quick if you want to. We will, because Jubby's not home. Jubby won't be home immediately today. We can look at one more character after. That's the point, is a design success. LOL, you meet this mysterious shady guy and he's just normal. You know, if conceptually he is meant to be kind of normal and bland, maybe I can't take points off for him for that. But visually, I will take the points off somewhere else, where the color palette is boring to me. His silhouette is kind of lackluster, but at least has some clarity. This must be Shinji. Get in the freaking robot. I don't know. Ozzy gets a unique Honkai Impact 3rd design. Kiana gets a plug suit design. He is such a Kevin, I'll give him that. He has a lot of clarity in his design, and I can't complain about that. Focally, it's not his face for me, though. Focally, I am looking at his chest, even without the things I did. I really don't spare a glance to his face, because it's low contrast. So I think it goes here. But not bad. Ozzy on Discord. It's certainly not Shinji, thank you very much. Oh, you guys didn't take that one very kindly. Broken hero archetype. Okay. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. The average for this game. They're all 7.5s, Your Honor. I will say, for as much as Genshin had lower numbers than this, they had some higher numbers. So maybe this game is more consistent in the numbers staying kind of around like the middle, like 7 to 8 range. Meanwhile, Genshin really knocks it out of the park on a couple character designs, but overwhelmingly is kind of all over the place in them. Maybe that's my general assessment here. We haven't seen a proper part 2 character, by the way. Okay, so here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do to finish out. Let me look at the Asuka really quick, because she's just Asuka. She gets her own custom outfit for it. That's just Asuka. I appreciate that she feels a little more tech-y, and she does look like she'd work visually within their universe. Her hair works so well to make her face focal. She's good. Good asymmetry. Decent silhouette from her hair. It works. Most points came from how symmetrical they are. Ah. And I may have not been as harsh on Genshin, because the first one I looked at also. Potentially. To me, that reads above average character design. 6.5 to 8. I mean, I guess that's true. I guess that's fair. Most of them are above average in terms of number, at least, so that works. Funny enough, for plug suits, a paid outfit. That's interesting. Let's see, and then the other version is, here's the plug suit. They're actually giving less with the plug suit. The reason Asuka can have an all red plug suit and it works visually is because I'm used to looking at it. I think if I was coming at this design the same way I look at Raiden, I really think I wouldn't critique her as favorably. The red is just so much for me. Her face is a good area of rest, and maybe that's why it works, is that there's really nowhere else for your eye to rest other than her face. But man, that red is a lot to look at. Casually carries a weapon taller than she is. Yeah, you know, casual. Cash. Why not? So doesn't watch the show, the suit hurts my eyes. Yeah, I feel like Asuka would lose points. Silhouette, she would definitely lose points for, because the plug suit really adds nothing to silhouette, unfortunately, other than her hair. And, you know, personality-wise, she is a lot, you know, that is true, but maybe this is just too much for me. And I think it only works in the show because I feel like the amount of time we see her full body is limited, or if we do, she's like, you know, she's in the Ava, so she's not like fully like spread out. We're only seeing part of her body. I don't know. She is a lot. You can, my eyes! My eyes! That's fair, that's fine. What is there was a, Kiana skin for it too that I don't think I saw. Oh my gosh, Baseball Kevin. No wonder they thought he was Kalis if he also did baseball. Kalis and his freaking baseball bat. In a very real sense, all the clones with white hair come from Rei. I was imagining that was probably part of the reference to it, yeah. Plug suit needs either black or gray. Doesn't Asuka have a version of her plug suit that has more gray on it? Or is that also a collab outfit from another game I'm thinking of? I feel like it might be. Baseball's a very Kaslana thing. Why? Kaslanas in general use baseball bats. But no wonder they thought Kalis was one of them. He has white hair. Granted, he doesn't have blue eyes, and I feel like that should have been the dead giveaway, is that he didn't have blue eyes. But he has a baseball bat. Oh, okay, so this is her outfit. Oh, they gave her the eye patch. See, the red for me works a little bit better here, maybe. It's more balanced. But I still feel like her face isn't very focal. Now you can see why I have my hair thingy if you weren't familiar with why I have my little hair thingy today. And nice yellow eyes sometimes. Oh, okay, never mind, okay. Kalis also uses a flaming weapon like Kevin. Oh, okay. HSR Kevin steals Kalis' bat in a cutscene. Oh, okay, I see. That's Rebuild Asuka? Yeah. One of them has more dark colors in it. This, but with the orange hair, works more. I don't like that we're making the breasts very focal, unfortunately. By that being the only place this orange really is outside of the eyes. Yeah, what can you do? What can you do? In dialogue, Trailblazer calls Honkai Star Rail's not Kevin their doppelganger, jokingly. Oh, okay, so they're aware of it. They're playing off on it. I see. So, we've come to maybe partially almost kind of the end here. Shroommates, what is a part 2 character that you think I should look at? What is a part 2 character I should look at? I can spare a little more time here to hang. What's a part 2 character I should look at? Whether you think I should look at them because you think that they typify them, typify what part 2 looks like, or whether good or bad one. What would you like? Good or bad? Would you like a good one or a bad one? I remember seeing Dreamseeker mentioned a lot. I see Senna also mentioned a good bit. Dreamseeker could be interesting for the 2 genders. Oh, but then that might get into critiquing 2 designs instead of 1, though. Also, Senadina or Sonki. Dreamseeker's the main character. Okay, we'll take it to a poll. Let's take it to a poll. Final character. Our options are Dream. Oh, I've covered the thing where I can see what it's called. Dream what? Dream something? Dream, dare to dream. What is the name? Dream Seeker. Hang on, I gotta try again. Poll tip 2. Dream Seeker. Senna. And then I saw one other character mentioned. But maybe we'll just keep it to those 2. Final character. As options. They seem to be the most popular 2 of the options here. Her dream, generally thinks, surely not the one weird Dream guy. Dream, who is now also a VTuber? Dream the Minecraft guy? Okay, we'll give you 2 minutes. YouTube, let me get your poll. We don't have good screenshots of Elysia paws yet? Hmm? No, not that guy. Yeah, no, not that. He's what? Yeah, a lot of those Minecraft... Whoops, guys. Give me a poll, please. Minecraft guys have become VTubers because, what's his face? The one who did that weird Generation Lost thing that had vine sauce and German in it, that guy has a VTuber model. I don't remember who that is. And then also, yeah, the Dream guy, I think, also debuted a VTuber model at some point recently. Dream Seeker. Or... Oh, Rambo. Yeah, Rambo. That's what I'm thinking of. I forgot what his name was. Yeah, his isn't new. He's had it for a minute. Senna. There you are, YouTube. Digital puppets are popping up all over the place. I mean, they're good. If you want to be a faceless streamer, like for Rambo, who has kept the bottom half of his face covered, as far as I know, forever, I feel like it makes sense not having to have your face in any way be a part of the content. You can just use a virtual avatar in some way, shape, or form. But it is interesting seeing them. He had a VTuber model back in the Minecraft days too? Did he really? I didn't know that. I'm not super familiar with any of those Minecraft fellas. The only things I know about them is A, that they exist, and B, I'm aware... I know what the word DSMP means because of my students. Loose Lapple, thank you for following. That's interesting that he had it that way back far too, though. I didn't realize that. Frowny face? What's wrong, Amber? Why frowny face? What are you discovering? Plus the design and all that make for a good VTuber model too. I mean, that's true, yeah. Should I forget Dream Seeker? I can show Layla? Huh? Wait, what does it mean? What does what mean? What? Huh? Hope you're doing well? Thank you. I hope you're doing well too. Lantern? First S rank part 2. Remembering the existence of Dream SMP. Oh. I know nothing about DSMP. I know it exists because my students would say those words to me, and my brain would try and figure out what SMP meant. Or they'd say something else, something SMP, and I didn't know what SMP stood for. I don't actually think I still know what it is. What does SMP stand for? Server, Minecraft, party, brace yourself, these characters have multiple identities? Interesting. Survival multiplayer. Oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually. That's more direct. I was looking for something like indicating like roleplay as being what that word meant. Good to know. You learn something new every day. In true Iiji fashion. So Senna got 8 votes on Twitch. Let's see. And it's a perfect down the middle tie on YouTube. So that means Senna wins the poll here. So Senna it is. No way? Yes way. So is Senna in this document? Is my first question. Let's find out. Is part 2? Where's part 2? Are they here, maybe? Is this is Dream Seeker. Kind of like the Dream Seeker a little bit. Oh, here's Senna. Okay. You guys picked a redhead for me. Thanks. It's a parting gift for the day. Very kind of you. I know nothing about this character, so let's do a full call read first. She's a redhead. You know that means her focal point works perfectly, fantastically, as intended out the get-go, although this thing on her leg is maybe a little bit distracting. The purple and the blue variation in her outfit is nice. It is visually interesting. I wish they would have made her eyes this, like, violet color instead of blue, though. I feel like that may have been more interesting for me. But I do like that they have little flecks of gold happening in her eyes, too. Actually, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't need her eyes to be that color. Goddess of Mars. You know, looking at her design visually, I would have not gotten goddess in any way. I actually don't know what I'm thinking from looking at her. She kind of just looks like an idol to me. I think it's the pleated skirt. She's wearing thigh highs. Classic thing coming off of one hip. This little, like, half partial sleeve and, like, the almost, like, glove cuffed things. Human. Senna's very unknown origin. Okay, gorgeous. Guess her weapon. She looks like an idol to me. So my guess about her would probably be that she's something distance or support related, but I've determined that they don't really have that in this game. So maybe just distance? To be fair, her goddess form doesn't look that much different. Oh no. Goddess Senna with a different model. Huh. Okay. Conceptually, I don't think I get visually that she is a goddess, unfortunately. Sardine. Different Senna is the goddess of Mars. Oh, so not this one. This is the non-goddess one. What does she do? What's her bit? What is she about? Let's see, what did Lance have to say here? Cheery girl that was found by the Dream Seeker trapped in a cube within the Sea of Data. Before that, however, she'd appeared before Kiana after she became the goddess of Earth and introduced herself as an incomplete god of sorts and asked for her help. Not much more than this. Seems pretty clear that she's supposed to be the goddess of Mars. Oh, okay, so we actually don't know much more. Hits with yo-yos, they motion captured a yo-yo lady? Yo, that's sick, what? I love that as like, that's so funny as like a weapon option. Having watched Miraculous Ladybug, the yo-yo is so good as a weapon. It's so silly, so comedic. A yo-yo man? Wait, a yo-yo man, a male champion guy? Still quite early in part 2's story after all. Okay, I see. Use the yo-yos are weapon. The devs said of real yo-yo trick master comments. They could study them from animations. That's fantastic. The yo-yo man, but he just keeps on yoing. How does that go? Do you guys remember that? There's like a weird, I think it's like a video from like the early 2000s, if not like 90s maybe, where it's like, and I asked the yo-yo man the thing, but he just kept yoing. And it's just a guy like doing the thing and they're like slowly zooming in on it. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? Those yo-yo street performance. Okay, I could see her being a performer in some way. Love that meme. How does that go? I don't remember it very clearly. Yeah, Ido kind of fits. She looks like a performer a little bit at least. I could see that. I appreciate also, notice that the black tones in her outfit aren't all black. This is a cool undertone black. This is a blue undertone to it. This is a warm undertone, air quote, black. It's not fully black. It's almost like a very dark, desaturated brown. It's nice. She also has motifs again. She's got stars and things that feel like clouds throughout her design, which I can appreciate. I feel like a lot of the designs I looked at, like this outfit doesn't have, I just can't see it. There's no object, no visual motif, no other thing we can relate it to that's adding a layer to the concept, which is why I feel it's kind of lacking. This one is kind of interesting, where she almost feels like she just has a lot of sky references. This feels like I'm looking at just like a chunk out of the night, out of like the daytime sky. These little fluffy bits might be reminiscent of clouds. Star in her collar, star in her chest. That's a little like shield-shaped icons. Maybe that's saying that she has some sort of defense angle to her. I don't know. Big weird crack in her body. Yeah, I did notice that also. Is that why she's incomplete? This weird fracture. I feel like her head is also in shadow right now for some reason. Don't know why. But I appreciate that there's more layering to her concept, which makes her a little bit more visually interesting to me. It makes me want to spend longer looking at her and figuring out what she's about. She feels like an idol. She feels like somebody who could be doing performance. I do have a little bit of a clarity thing happening from her socks, but I think that's just something that could be fixed by giving her socks the same undertone as her shirt has. I think they're trying to make them look sheer, but I don't know if that's actually absolutely necessary here. Because like that, now I can see her sock against her leg a little bit more clearly. I think I actually picked a good one for me to use as a last one. We're not going to end on psychic damage. I'm pretty favorable towards this design right now. Part 2 starts with looking like a goddess more than romantically dancing with Dreamseeker. Oh, good for her. In battle, she spends a lot of time airborne, jumping in her attacks. Okay, I see. Orange underneath is fun. Her hair is nice. Focally, her face is very focal. They did the inside hair thing by making the inside of her hair orange, but that also marries her hair to the rest of her outfit. It's getting similar undertones as the gold elements that are scattered throughout her. She still has one very prevalent color as far as her outfit goes, which is this sort of like purple, this really cool purple color. But we can have these little flecks of red without them taking away. They just add some interest, add a little bit of detail. And she doesn't feel especially over-designed to me. I don't know if I need whatever this thing is here. It's one of the only things giving her very much asymmetry, but I feel like I could just do without it. Honestly, it makes me confused as to what's going on with this bodice. If that's even the right word, this blouse. like that I think is fine. I don't think I need that thing. Maybe that's good. Maybe that's it. That might be the full breadth of what I would modify here, maybe. Other than maybe making her eyes just like a little more vibrant so we can see them from a distance. But generally I like this design. The Iiji redhead bias returns. This could be too much. I'll turn it down. There we go. Just a little more saturated for her eyes, maybe. Does also have Elysia's eyes. Interesting. Also, the crack in her chest is somehow lore related, but no one knows. Oh, like it hasn't been explained yet? Okay, I see. Let's do a ladder also for her. Nope, hang on. That's not right. There we go. Oh, I like her singular. This is what makes her feel like an idol to me, is having this single hip adornment. I don't know what to call this, like skirt chunk, but it adds asymmetry in a way that I'm enjoying. Her skirt seems like, even if she was standing straight, I don't think is that skirt straight across? Maybe it is. I'll pretend like these elements go straight across her body. It seems like they might. Her sleeves seem like they're doing something different, but they're on the same height as her chest is. So I don't know if I can count them separately. Eyes, her hair, top of her head. I like her hair also for silhouette. Them giving her this one asymmetrical little pigtail thing off to the side, I am favorable towards. Oh, did I put this in everything? No, I didn't. Okay. Squeegee, squeegee, ooh wee oo. Climbable ladder, you think so? I don't think so. Oh, you shrunk me. You stole my power. Even with only a fraction of my power, I'm still infinitely stronger than all of you, though. Gotta go to work. Bye. Bye, Ryukun. Do your work. Someone did put her goddess form in Discord. That's fine. I'm grading this one, I think. And then we can just look at the goddess form real quick. You can't look at it. But I think this ladder passes for me, at least. I would say it passes. I don't think this ladder is OSHA approved. There's clustering towards the upper body, and there's some asymmetry in it. So I think this is passable for me, at the very least. Here, I make a really easy target right now if you want to throw things at me. I'm right here in the center of your screen, and I'm defenseless. Ow! Hanged by an eraser. Ouch. Good aim. Maybe like right in the eyeball. Poor defenseless Iiji, trapped in the center of the screen. It's not, I'm supposed to be T-posing to intimidate you, but I don't think it's very intimidating. Ow. When I'm this short, when my pigtails are taller than I am. Ooh! Ouchie! Wow, that resized my whole body. Am I more intimidating now? For some reason, the desk makes me bigger, and I don't know why. Has your mod always had these super long pigtails? No. These are my Miku pigtails. These are for my Miku Iiji. Redeem. There we go. Miku, Miku, ooh. Can't go past the second bar. Yeah, I don't think we could climb very high on it. I am now bobblehead Iiji. I don't know why that happens. It's definitely some things overlapping somewhere in the toggles I have. It's fine. I'm not fixing it. Thank you for the gloop. Hit you in the head so hard you grew. Yeah, you know they say mushrooms grow better. Ow! Okay, shrink my head back down, that's fine. Now I'm just regular Iiji, but like slightly shorter. You know what they say about mushrooms is that lightning can be used to stimulate the ground so that mushrooms grow more readily. You know, pressure creates diamonds, and Shroomates torturing me makes me stronger. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. What doesn't kill you makes you squeegee. Stand a little taller. Wait. Yeah, hang on. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. It's true. Amber's also armed me so I can fight back against you. You stand no chance now. You thought you could take me? Wham, bah. Watch out, get hit by my right hook. You stand no chance. Oh, the music's gone. Music was trying to let me be dramatic. Allow me to have some dramatics. Desk bump caused swelling. Yeah, no more concussions, please. Shroomates, I've had enough concussions. Ouchie. I think I've had my lifetime allotment of concussions. I got banned from contact sports. No more, please. Boxing gloves are so cute. Thanks! Bam! Bam! Pop! Pop! Poo! I initially invested into boxing gloves to cheat at rock, paper, scissors. It didn't work. I did lose. As you might guess, you don't have fingers when you have boxing gloves on. But they are a nice, at least nice little prop. Peep, pop, peep, pop, ooh, bam! Wah. We can put that in our Iiji sound effect compilation, my fights you noises. Oh yeah, the Jenkin Palm Tourney. Yeah, Jenkin Palm Tourney. Yeah, I that's where I met Spacey. I'm glad for Jenkin Palm Tournament because I got to meet some cool people from that. Stop too cute. Ah ha 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 ha. Your Iiji's too cute. I have many a good sound effect, I promise. But ladder passes. I gotta lock in to finish grading because I am hungry for dinner. Let's see. So, color palette. I do like it, generally. The silhouette is pretty decent. It's asymmetrical. I wish it was maybe a little more exaggerated, but the ladder also passes. For complexity, I don't have any concerns. The face is absolutely the focal point. And for concept, I'm getting the performer aspect. I know the goddess thing isn't super obvious, but is there any reason for me to not give her full points for concept? Oh wait, I can't give her full points for color. She needs to be a half point because I had to fix some clarity things. But is there any reason for me to not give her full points for concept? The idol aspect, I think, is relating to her being a street performer, so we're just getting a performance angle from her, and there's a bit of a sky motif, which is relating to her maybe being otherworldly or from another planet, maybe? Boxing gloves are a buff for Rock. I think Rock was actually what I losed on, unfortunately. Not much about her yet, so shrug. I guess that's fair. This might be the highest one we've given so far. What is this, a 9 out of 10? Silly adventure girl who likes doing yo-yo tricks. I mean, I think I'm picking that up from looking at her, so 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Huh. Huh. Redhead advantage strikes again. Himiko didn't get it, but I guess she does. Good work, girly. Ending on a positive note. We love to see it. We love to see it. I was afraid we were gonna pick a psychic damage one. Not really supposed to be kind of down to earth right now. She looks like she'd be outgoing to me right now. I don't know. Himiko walks so she could fly as a redhead. Yeah. Yeah. I fear when we do the tier list for this, Himiko will once again be the redhead standard. She is outgoing? Okay, I see. How about Sonki? I can't stick around to do another one. We can look at one really quickly and I can tell you if it's psychic damage, but that's it. I can't stick around much longer. Erdos, Coraline, Sonki. Oh, she's one of the ones I looked at too and I thought was cool. I thought this design was also cool when I looked at her. I like the blend of sort of like more modern, relaxed fashion with some of like the tech elements. The big buns. I will say, oh, Songchi? Sorry. Songchi. I meant more the other one. I like this outfit. That one's interesting for me. I can look at the other one real quick. Oh, it's gonna move me around still. Do you mean this one? Whoa. I almost just said a word without allowing my filter to take over. I'm glad I didn't. Interesting. Songchue. Okay, bet. Shoe of Deception, basically God Hersher. I almost said a very inappropriate word. What is going on here? Sorry, what? We've got tassels? Question mark. Also, fully like body exposed happening out. I do like the color design and I like the hair silhouette we're getting. But kind of odd. The mismatched shoes are also interesting. They're doing one leg out, one leg in, one arm out, one arm in. Put your left hand out, put your left hand in, and you shake it all about. Odd. Focally, they really want you to look right here. Right here. That's it. Yeah, the white clothes and the pale skin, she looks naked. They want you to look right here. Her face is not even attempting to compete. I don't know about this one. The fit could be better. The colors are nice. The colors are interesting. The teal transitioning into cooler blues is nice. Gets even busier when you use her in battle. Yeah, I'm not seeing let me just look as like the thing that I used to round us out for the night. Who in the world were the characters I had seen that made me think this game was visually overwhelming? Who even were they? Were they even from this game? Now I'm wondering if they were from just another Honkai title. I may have totally been in the wrong place altogether. I may have been in a Honkai other one. What was it? Honkai Gauken? Gakuen? Huh. Might have been. Oh, you know what? I bet they were skins because none of these look like the one I was thinking of. Also, we didn't mention I love these funny little crabs. This is neat for character design. Funny little crabs. Let's see. Let me just look because I skimmed past a bunch of these real fast. I like your floating things for silhouette reasons. Vita was interesting. Vita was requested, but we sadly didn't get to it. You have too low of contrast, Griso. There's kind of all over. Vilvi seemed kind of popular, but the chest is really focal, unfortunately. Eden, you are too monochromatic and all one color. You remind me of the one character from Wuwa. Gosh, we nicknamed Tesla as a crab, so it makes sense. Yeah. Tesla's referred to as a lobster head by some of them. Tesla is the secret third sibling of the Otakon mascots. What did they look like? It was just so visually overwhelming and busy in the color design. It was one of the ones that's more like plug suit-esque. Almost like Raiden's, maybe, but like not fully. I'm thinking it very well may have been skins that were just too much for me visually, because like honestly a lot of this stuff is okay. I genuinely appreciate from this game the variety and silhouette that they're willing to give the characters. Also, I fear that a lot of characters in Honkai Star Rail and in other hoyoverse titles, Genshin, have too similar silhouettes to each other within their same game, and here there's a lot more variety for me, at least, where we've got visual weight in the lower parts of characters, visual weight in the upper parts of characters, we have visual weight happening from objects floating around the characters. We have visual weight from hair. We've got interesting hair posing. We have clothing that's interestingly posed. There's no cape that's sitting behind every single character detracting from their silhouette, because if they have the cape, it's posed. Therefore, it's adding to the silhouette. My eyes have been healed. So to heal one's eyes, there's a bunch of Senadina images on Discord. Oh, yeah, wait. We're going to look at the goddess very quickly. And then that'll probably be it for me for today. Oh, look at her. Skin. Oh, the goddess with no shading. Oh, you know, she's kind of goddess-like in that one. Can't use the image for some reason. I can't click on it. That's an interesting bathing suit image for concept for the summer. Yeah, I generally like them. Did you do Yay Sakura? Sadly, no. We did not have time. We'll come back when we eventually get to do a tier list for these characters. We gotta figure out how in the world we're even gonna do that in the first place. Yay Sakura will be come back for eventually at that point, though. Which is, I think we looked at Yay Miko from Genshin, which is the variant, right? Just realized that none of the non-playable VR characters were covered. Oh, well, Otto's not playable, right? Otto wasn't playable. Or was he? I don't know. Kevin is playable, maybe, in some way? Kana's Bastet Secret and Sakura and Neon Shade are the ones you're thinking of. Oh, are they? They might be the ones that I was visually overwhelmed by, perhaps. Rip. But I gotta go eat dinner. I am so hungry. You can walk as Otto, but that's it. Oh, okay, so yeah, I don't know if I'd count that. Today, this might be all from me. Tomorrow, we are having a focus maxing stream. You're right, this is kind of just Lumine that we're looking at right now, a little bit, yeah. Bone Apple Tish, thank you for stream. Thank you for coming to stream. Tomorrow, focus maxing. Tomorrow, if I have ever started a strange anecdote that you'd like to hear more about, tomorrow is the day. I am just yapping while in the background plays many different time lapses and other funny things. Your focus will be locked in and you'll be able to listen to what I say, and then I don't have to do any tasks. You can just listen to me and that is it. Or you can watch. I can just talk. I don't have to do other tasks at the same time. No multitasking for me. Easy Iiji day. Relaxing Iiji day even. Crazy. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out with me today and helping me with the lore, helping me with some more screenshots, good music. Thank you again to Lance and Gabby for all of their help with lore and screenshots. and music and all the things. Thank you. Excited for Reason for tier list? Me too. I'll be excited to come back. YouTube, yeah, it is gonna be like the Subway Surfers TikToks. Yes, that is exactly what we are doing. That's exactly what we are doing tomorrow, pretty much. I don't have Subway Surfers gameplay for you, but there's something similar, at least. But, yeah, hang on. Do, before we leave, rotate and clap for our helpful fellows of Lance and Gabby, please. Pretty please. Can I get just, like, rotation, please? W stream, thank you. Also, hi, Twiggy. Thank you for a yummy, yummy, succulent meal. I don't even know what I'm making yet. I'll have something to eat. We'll eat it. Do a little rotation. And I'll say farewell to YouTube. Bye, YouTube. Thank you guys for hanging out, YouTube. I will see you tomorrow. Stream me later. YouTube, bye. They're giving you W's also, Lance, over there.